Good morning. Welcome to UX Bristol 2021. I'm here with my colleagues, James and Dave, and hopefully we've got a great day of talks lined up for you. Before we kick off in about 10 minutes with Chui's talk, just a few things about the day. First of all, it's great that everyone is here. I think we've got over 100 people watching on YouTube at the moment. It's unfortunate that we can't do this in person like we have done before. Just to give you a flavour for those of you who haven't been to UX Bristol before, normally it looks something like this. It's held at the M Shed in Bristol. There's a lovely balcony, where we can get outside and have a beer afterwards, and we have lots of hands-on workshops. So this is very much a kind of slimmed down version to keep things going until we can get back to the M Shed. But having said that, we do have some fantastic talks, and hopefully all those who have signed up via the meetup will be in touch next year to let you know what's happening, and hopefully we'll see you in person at some point in the future. So about today, so we've got various communications channels lined up. As is the case for these things mostly these days, we have a code of conduct. In short, it's basically be kind and have fun. So we're encouraging you to get involved. We've got a YouTube channel and other communications that I'll come on to in a second. But one of the things we've always prided ourselves on at UX Bristol is that it's a very positive and encouraging environment, and we offer, it's a very inclusive space and always respectful of others. So, any harassment or abuse won't be tolerated, and you'll be kicked off. So when it comes to communications, how do we want you to participate? Well, obviously we've got the YouTube channel. So just probably over there, you're probably seeing some chat happening. I can see there's a lot going on there already. We've got Dan and Najara in there who'll be fielding any questions and passing on any questions you have for speakers. We also have a UX Bristol set of Slack channels, which you can sign up for. So to do this, obviously some of you have done this already, but you need to be a member of or RSVP on the UX Bristol event on Meetup. So you need to join that RSVP, and on your welcome email, you'll get details of how to join the Slack channel. So I think hopefully Dan will be able to paste in the link to that. There's also, we've got a QR code and the link there as well. And in terms of those channels, we've got 4 Slack channels lined up for you. One is a dedicated questions for speakers channel. So this is where, when the talks are on, if you have a question for a particular speaker, pop it in there. And it's just the reason for having that in the Slack as well as on YouTube is that it's a kind of dedicated space, so we don't have to kind of extract it from all the other chat that's going on. So that's the kind of the fast track, if you like, to asking questions to speakers. We have a mentoring channel. So that is for anybody who is, maybe you're an early career UXer and you need a little bit of help and advice. Post your details there. We've got Nick Price is facilitating that in the Slack channel, and post your details there, and we'll try to match up with a more sort of senior mentor who might be able to help you. Similarly, if you are a sort of later career UXer and you want to be a mentor, stick your details in there as well. So there's opportunities there. We've got a networking channel, so just to kind of say hello, ask any questions, let people know what you're doing, share your LinkedIn profiles. So that's the kind of general get to know each other kind of space. Use that how you want. And there's also a jobs channel. So we've got a number of jobs already listed in there. Similarly, if you're looking for a job, you can post that there too. So feel free to dive in there, use the YouTube chat as well. They're all those channels are available for you. But obviously, as I said, to sign up for the Slack channel, you'll need to RSVP on the meetup first. So yeah, I hope to see you in there for a chat. I'm just going to pass over now to Dave, who's going to talk about what we've got to look forward to today.
Thanks, Stu. Yeah, well, what a lineup. So let me just take us all through it. So 9:45, coming up shortly, Chui Chui Tan, offering a better localized experience for your global customers. Really looking forward to that one. Really interesting space that Chui works in. Then at 10:30, we'll have a short break after Chui's talk. We've got breaks in here now this year. So hopefully it'll be a bit more spacious for everyone. But 10:30, Ben Holliday asking design questions. I think what Ben's going to talk about there is how that can improve design outcomes at the end of the day. So check that one out. 11:15, Flo Bohl, how to present design work to non-designers. I've had a quick look at what Flo's going to talk about in that, and he's going to go through 6 steps, I think, as to how to do that. And yeah, that's going to be a good one. Midday, Kat Husbands. Kat, to her great credit, has gone away and done some research on people working in user-centered design. And she's going to come back and tell us what she found about imposter syndrome. 2 o'clock after lunch, Tom Ridley will be taking us into the world of sound and designing with sound. I think we're probably all familiar with our Slack notifications beeping away. So yeah, and then the last one, Abby Covert's going to dial in from America. Some of you may know Abby or have heard of her. This is one of her books, How to Make Sense of Any Mess, which if you've seen my desk, you'll know that's a good read. So that's what's on the agenda for today. Just to say, pop your questions in the chat on YouTube or on the Slack. And yeah, well, we'll finish off with a raffle at the end. And I think James is going to tell us about that, aren't you, James?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And Stu, here we go. So yes, at about 3:15 there or thereabouts, we'll have our what is probably now world famous UXBristol raffle. We've got some kind swag. We've got some good swag this year from some of our sponsors and some of our speakers as well. So we have one fully featured 6-month full access account available for Smaply. We've also got 5 copies of Abby's book, the one that Dave just waved at us. So we've got 5 copies of Abby's ebook that she's very generously going to donate. And Kat is also donating a book as well on the topic of imposter syndrome. So in order to take part in the raffle, you need to be signed up to the UXBristol meetup channel. So that's the only condition. So it's only those who are joined to the channel can enter, but we'll do that later this afternoon. But before we start, I just wanted to have a quick word about our kind sponsors. So a massive thank you to our sponsors, many of whom have supported us loyally throughout. Gosh, this is the 11th year of UXBristol, would you believe it? And many have kind of followed us on this journey. So thank you so much to our sponsors, without whom we could never have made this event free. So that's a massive deal. So thank you so much to our sponsors. As I mentioned, about Smaply offering their 6-month fully featured free account for the prize winner. They've also kindly said anyone who participates in UXBristol can have a 2-month fully featured free account, which is incredibly generous. Between the talks, there's going to be a carousel showing messages from the sponsors. In order to redeem that from Smaply, you just need to drop them an email. The email address is shown within those slides. It's also available within the Slack channel. This is a Slack channel called About Our Sponsors, so you can pick up the information as to how you do that from there. Pretty much all of our sponsors are also recruiting, including cxpartners, Mace Menter, Kaluza, and Hargreaves Lansdown. So again, there's information on the Slack channel as to how you might investigate some of those opportunities, and also on the slides within the talks. So thanks again to our sponsors. Massive thank you. We couldn't do this without you. So Dave, over to you.
Okay, thanks, James. So, well, coming up shortly is going to be offering a better localized experience for your global customers with Chui Chui Tan. So let me just say a few words with Chui, and if I can welcome Chui on screen, if she's here.
Hello.
Good morning, Chui.
Morning.
Okay, so well, let me say a few words about Chui. So I've known Chui for many years. She's got a PhD from Belfast University, looking at accessibility, and in particular adaptive accessibility, which when you think about it is probably the only way to do accessibility properly. So the PhD from Belfast University Then Chui was working at cxpartners in Bristol. That's where we worked together for many years, maybe 10 years, I think. She's an author of a book called International User Experience, published by 5 Simple Steps, and is editor at Smashing Magazine. So, but more recently, she runs a consultancy called Bohl, which I'm sure she'll tell you about, does really interesting work. She publishes something called the Good Design Guides, which are in a sense country guides for how to localize your design work in different cultures and countries. She counts Google and Spotify amongst her clients, and she's Chui Chui Tan. She's the only culturalization strategist that I know. So Chui, take it away.
Thank you, Dave. So let me share my screen. Right. Give me a second. Okay. Right, so I hope you all can see the screen now. So thanks, James. Thanks, James, Stuart, and Dave for organizing UXBristol, and Dave for the introductions, and everyone who joined in today as well. First talk, no pressure. So I want to start to talk about the experience I had last week. So I did an interview with a music label distributor based in India for Spotify, one of my clients. And the account manager from Spotify, who has a very good relationship with this person in the label and distributors, was there too on our interviews. So 3 of us in the room. And at the end of the sessions, the person from the music label company was saying to the account manager, Ashni, which is not the real name, he said, Ashni, you seem to have put on quite a lot of weight recently. And bear in mind, these sessions is actually being recorded and live streamed too. And so you can imagine at the back of the room where all the product managers and designers from Stockholm, London, New York, they were viewing, and they were just like, what? Can't believe she just said that. And that reminded me of some years ago when I was traveling to China with a client from the US. And one day we went to the clothes shops in the mall in Shanghai. As we walked out the shops, and after a quick look, the salesperson stopped us and said, oh, hang on, we have some clothes that can help you to hide your arms, which, as you know, that implies her arms are big and needed to be hidden. And the client awkwardly smiled, and we left the shop pretty quickly. I know that salesperson in China, in Shanghai, came with good intentions, and she wanted to find something nice for the client. And the lady from the music label distributor as well was just having a friendly chat, since they have a very good relationship. But it seems quite common in Asia to be direct and from the good intentions. But in the eyes of other peoples from different culture, that might appear to be a bit offensive and rude. And these are just simple examples to illustrate the differences in mentality and how people in different societies see things and how they interact. So this is exactly what I focus on when I help businesses to define their strategies for their markets in around the world, based on a full understanding about their customers, their context, and their markets, and help them to provide as localized experience as possible, so that their customers in this market could have the best experience they can provide, and the business could grow more successfully globally too. And throughout my career life, I have been doing this in over 50 countries now, and still counting. And the efforts never end for me or for my clients, because understanding a market is not a one-off effort where once you did a round of research, it means that you know it all and you're all good for that market. Because you need to see things from different aspects, depending on the industries you are in, depending on what stages you are at with your business, because you will keep moving, and how much more you can continue to be better. So not long ago, a few months ago, I was in conversations with an international audiobook company. And the person who came to me look after and oversee their Middle Eastern market. And he said that we actually see low conversions across our funnel. We have low retentions, means people don't seem to stay with their service for a long time. and they see very low engagement in this region. So even they sign up, they don't actually interact with the service a lot. So they're not sure why and how to increase those rates. And this is mainly because they do not know much about their customers in the market. Their European based senior management unfortunately suggests this, that, oh, in the past, we have put X amount of money onto Facebook and ads, and it has increased X%. We have X% of new signups. So let's do that in these regions anyway, it will work. So this way of thinking is flawed and very, very concerning in many levels. Because first, what works in one market does not necessarily will work in other markets. So this applies not on all aspects of the strategy or design, not just marketing or your design or business proposition. It's every single point of a touch point. So for example, in this case, Facebook might be the right channel for the users in this region within their target users. And even so, this might be where their target audiences might hang out as a social media network. But due to the nature of the products they're offering, the audiobook service, seeing an ad on the Facebook might not be sufficient in giving the locals the confidence they need to check out their products or their service, or even to sign up, because of the low level of maturity in the usage of such service like audiobook in this region. So for example, what is audiobook landscape in this region? Do people listen to books rather than read? If it is not a common behavior, why so? And where might be the resistance? And most importantly as well, who are their users? You know, for example, in Saudi Arabia, it's only recently the Riyadh Bank offers ladies bank where women can open their own bank account. Because in general, women are still not allowed to open their bank account in Saudi. In fact, only two months ago, the Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority only allows mothers to open their bank accounts on behalf of their children. Before this, a married mom had to bring their husband along, or actually have to obtain consent from the court to open a bank account for their children. So in these cases, for this audiobook company, are their users the men who pay for the subscriptions? Or do the women have to say in what they want to sign up and the men just responsible to pay? Or the men still have the ultimate say in what to sign up or what to pay? So many more these questions like that should be asked and to be ironed out before make informed decisions on how to increase conversions, retentions, or engagement rates. So I like to use the house party metaphor. So imagine that you put together a house party. So let's say in Indonesia, your newly launched market. And you might want to get as many people as possible in this country to come to your party and to stay in the party that you put together, because the more people comes and stayed, the more profit you'll make. And so let's say all you did is focus on attracting and inviting the locals to your house for a party, like via Facebook or anything like that. So you might get lucky and you got the channel right, and this is the crowd you're looking for. But what happens if once they get to the house, they found that the house decorations and setup felt very foreign to them and they don't feel comfortable or don't feel like at home? And what if the party foods is not what they are familiar with or they enjoyed? And what if it's the crowd that they found in the party is not who they normally hang out or who they like? Or the party songs are not the ones they can resonate or connect with? Or the party is not very child friendly, and that is going to be a big issue because in this country, parties are often family friendly. So would they stay? Would they take the proactive initiative to invite more family or friends to join them? And would they come back to you for your next party? I think we know the answers, right? So without knowing about your audiences and their context in the market that you're not familiar with, you have nothing concrete to base on when putting together the party. What should the decorations be? What party food or beverage you should offer? What else you need to cater for to make sure that it's not just child friendly, but other things that is important to the local as well. So executing a strategy or designing a product without a proper understanding of the markets and local users would just like firing as many arrows as possible in the dark without knowing where your target is and hoping that one or two of them might hit as close to the target as possible. And if a good arrows cost £15, let's say, how much do you think you have to spend to at least have one land in the center of the target? So that is something worth challenge and pondering on. So how do you go ahead and make sure that you can do as much as you can in giving your customers in the different markets as best and localized experience possible? So to me, it involves many aspects, and on a high level sense, we can put it in the 3-level framework that I put together. So the first level is about establishing respects, for example, not creating or showing content that could be offensive from religion's point of view or political points of view or cultural point of view. So because if you get that wrong, it could easily damage your business or hard to recover from it. And this is very, very important level because it's the basis of forming a good relationship between you, your customers, and your products. And these levels includes avoiding mistakes that might offend your customers or ones that will break the local laws, or anything that will show you like lacks of respect or lacks of understanding about their beliefs, values, and customs. Some of you might recognize this. There are Dolce and Gabbana, the founder of the brand. And this is a still image of the video where both of them was apologizing to China for their eating with chopsticks campaigns and promotions videos. It was seen as racist and seriously offending the people in China. So in mid-November 2018, the brand launches 3 short videos on Chinese social media network called Weibo to promote their upcoming Shanghai runway show. But the videos, as you can see, they features a Chinese woman in lavish Dolce and Gabbana dress, attempting and struggling to eat pizza, spaghetti, and cannoli. And with Chinese folk songs playing at the background and a Mandarin speaking voiceover kicks in and say, "Welcome to the first episode of Eating with Chopstick by Dolce and Gabbana." But they purposely, deliberately pronounce it incorrectly in a way that mocks Chinese speech. And the male voice proceeds to mansplaining how to properly eat the dishes with chopstick. And that the campaign was accused and of belittling Chinese culture and promoting unflattering stereotype. So within 2 hours, hundreds of Chinese actors and models who were going to walk on the runway that evening have withdrawn. And their ambassadors, a boy band stars called Wang Junkai, terminated their deals as well with them. And the fashion show was cancelled, and the local celebrities called for a boycott of the brand. Retailers in China retreated from their brand. So pretty right away, their products are not available in China on major e-commerce websites like Taobao or JD.com or smaller platforms as well. So no matter how well this brand trying to do or what they do after that, it just doesn't seem like be able to shake the negative image anymore in China because the brand is still unavailable to purchase in many retailers in China almost 3 years after the incident now. Also, many media outlets also refuse to cover the brand's appearance whenever they turn up in an international trade fair. So if another less serious examples, which is closer to home, is in March, some of you might know, and Aldi actually has its branded product mango masala beef steaks of Taste of India. And some of you might wonder where the problem lies. So cow is actually a holy animal for majority of Hindu community, and most Indians actually don't eat beef. So the chains actually spark a backlash of being insensitive on that week, and they have to issue apologies to customers and remove the stickers from the steak as well. But the sensitivity does not lie only on the marketing materials, like the 2 examples I just talked about earlier. It could be on your content or your design as well. While Call of Duty, they are one of their games, Modern Warfare 2 and 3, they're not being banned, but the complaints were received after players in the Gulf area noticed that In the bathroom of one of the popular level, there's a picture of a frame carrying Islamic text with translations of English saying, Allah is beautiful and he loves beauty. And is in the Islamic religion, it's forbidden for Muslims to utter Allah's name in the toilet or carry books or papers with his name written on them. So having the Islamic text in the bathroom showed disrespect of the religion and the traditions of Muslim gamers. So the publishers quickly actually apologize and remove the texture before the games get any further damage. So that's the first level. Unfortunately, there's no complete guide to make sure that you don't make all these mistakes. Like the examples I talked about earlier, like there's no guide for all countries to say, should you do this, and a complete exhaustive list. But what would be important is if you're creating a content, an image, an icon, or convey anything that might touch on religions or imply some stereotyping assumptions, I would suggest to take more time, extra time and effort to research into that a bit more. So it could be some simple desk research, or it could be getting some local input by showing or putting out your ideas to some of your local network or connections, and be honest saying like you're just trying out the idea and you need input from them. And because a lot of these mistakes that I just talked about are very pretty obvious and can easily pick up by local general public, so they don't have to be cultural experts to do that. And what's important as designers or someone who is responsible for all this content, what is important is for you to be sensitive and thoughtful and don't make assumptions, feel like, oh, I know it all. And the second level is what I call as cultural expectations. So this is a level where you can always be easily overlooked as it seems trivial to many, but it's absolutely important. So because not doing it right will hinder customer experience in using your products or service. So what does that encompasses? For example, let's take French-speaking countries as an example. So it could be in France. They could be in France. That French-speaking users could be in France. But the date format that they are familiar with might be different from the people in Canada or in Switzerland. And the currencies they are looking for will completely vary from Euro, Canadian dollars to Swiss francs. So this might seem trivial again, but then there are many more other elements which would contribute to this whole local overall experience that your local users might have. And this information, sure, you can actually find them if you Google them. If you spend enough time to Google them, it can be time consuming. And also sometimes you might find yourself, you might find that when you look for different sources, you might find contradict information or details or insights from one side to another, and that could be quite confusing. So you have to make sure that you are getting the right information. And the other challenge is that you also need to know what elements you need to look into. For example, apart from currencies, apart from language, apart from date formatting, what else are they for you to consider? So a lot to think about. Therefore, I have created a set of global design guides which cover insights and the how-to guides for different countries, from typography to name convention to numeric formatting or payment methods and social media. So they capture the essentials informations needed to make informed decisions, design decisions specifically to each market. And you can find them on the website in the link that on this slide. So to give you examples, what they might be, so it could be talking about choosing the right fonts. In Japan, is actually one of the consideration is the page load, and the way in China present discounts will be slightly different from what we're familiar with, like 30% discount. Instead, they actually have 70% buying cost. So you have to do the calculations. And you're talking about Mexico, installments very, very common. Sometimes people expect 20 installments for a small purchase as well. And how numeric numbers are being presented in India could be slightly different as well. So these are the things that you can find in the guide, and these are the things that you need to consider when you talk about the having a localized experience for your users. So that's the first and second level. And then once you get through that, there's a third level and the final level in the framework. So this is a level where it will help you to stand out from your competitors and thrive, and to increase your conversion rate, or to actually increase your brand perceptions in that market as well. So this is also the level where you require more insights and fuller understanding about your customers before deciding what and how best you can offer them. So take example on the music listening behaviors in Japan, for example. It is significantly different from other markets because their love for CDs means that streaming music is taking its time to grow in this market. So a few years back, when I worked with Spotify to understand what does all this mean. So we learned that in Japan, CD retailers are still like Tower Records are still very, very big presence in Japan, which runs over 80 stores in the country. And it's also possible for Japanese or listeners to rent CDs in the shops or in the library, and it will cost around €2 or so, and that is legal. So you get back and you download, and then you kind of return it back. And we learn all about all these things, like why they like about owning the CDs and the experience of opening, buying, opening, and collecting. And we also learn about the perks of having CD singles and albums bundled together for their pop idols fans, including the vouchers for priority concert tickets purchases or invitations to have handshakes events and so on. So these are the things we learned to explore how Spotify actually could transform all this physical experience that they are hang on to into a digital experience that Spotify could potentially offer as an extra for this market. And in March this year as well, I worked with a rival, a star company, but also actually their IPO already. So they actually is an electrical vehicles manufacturers, which produce zero emissions public transit vehicles. So they needed to define their early stage of their vehicle designs, and also experience design and service design for their China market, Beijing specifically, because it's a huge market there. So apart from understanding the driver's context and the needs of the passengers, I also provide them with relevant Beijing specific insights. For example, in Beijing, they have this system called license lottery system, which the government will use to restrict the number of cars for every register every year, because Beijing is the congestion issues is really huge, and pollution as well. So on top of that, I also provide the insight about how Beijing government split the number of vehicles purchase permits into conventional vehicles, which is the petrol or diesel, and electric vehicles with different color of number plates, so that the police officers are aware of the vehicle's preferential treatment. For example, the conventional vehicles, petrol or fuel, are banned from central Beijing for 1 day a week, but there's no such limitations for electrical vehicles. So these insights are solely relevant to Beijing, not even the other parts of China, but it's very important for arrival. And also, it's important to know that all these insights actually didn't come straight from the user research, because that is not something the users will actually automatically tell you or think is important for you to know, and so on. But there are additional context that needs to be filled in through other means than user research. So this insight might seem small, but by accumulating them, it might help you to have a fuller picture, not only what your customers want or need, but also why and how they drive the mentality of your users. So I started to write a series of cultural snippets for a few countries, and they were meant to be short and succinct so that it fit into the 1,400 characters for LinkedIn posts. So give you some examples why it's included in the snippets. So for example, in America, I talk about Mexican actually use the word to keep instead of to save, because for low-income families, saving seems to be something beyond their reach, and they it's unattainable. Instead, they keep or put the money away for different projects, daily expenses, and for emergencies. And also, one thing is important is the trust is at the heart of Mexico's challenges. So people have strong relationship with their family and neighbors, but they don't actually really trust government or banks or police or strangers. So these are the part of reason why cash or cash-based payment methods, for example, paying at the convenience stores, remain still a widely employed and preferred form of payments, even for digital services. And this is why keeping cash at home is still common among lower income people. And the other examples I also talk about for the Philippines is they have this mentality of getting the most out of what I have paid, very strong. So there's a local term called ayaw malugi, means that I don't want to feel cheated. This culture means that you can buy cooking oil by cups, you can buy garlic by forkless, or you can buy shampoo by sachet, or you can buy cigarettes by sticks. So local only buys things that they need, and it seems affordable solutions. So with this result of what available and what is become a nature to everyone in this community, wealthier consumer, even though they can afford now to buy bigger portions or bigger packages, they simply would just buy multiple sachets, for example, because this is a habitual and familiar behavior to them. So if you take each insight found in these snippets, you can always find a so what aspect on what each of these insights means to how the locals might interact with your products and how you could serve them better. And to make your service complete and have a positive impact in society, you would need to understand not just the end users, but also the wider system. So there are a lot of companies in the past have attempted to come up with a digital medical interference for Africa regions, but almost all of them actually didn't successfully create a very big impact. So a year and a half ago, I worked with an international technology healthcare company with the funding from Gates Foundation. They aim to create a digital medical system to help HIV, TB, and mental health medical adherence in these developing countries such as Kenya and Rwanda. So to make it successful, not only we need to focus on the country's environments as well as the patient's living style and context where we go to their house and to visit them and to understand their context, but also the digital technology has to fit within the country's ecosystem, which works with the medical staffs or works with the hospital and clinic setup. And also we need to understand the traditions and beliefs, like their history on how that shape the locals, how they view and talk about certain health conditions and diseases and so on. So this is what I call as holistic approach. So not just focus on one thing, but look at everything, your user, their context, the countries, the environment they're in as a whole. As I mentioned at the beginning of the talk, culturalizations and providing your users with a great localized experience is not a one-off activity, but it's a constant understanding and gathering insight and knowledge, and then define the next step and strategy. And sometimes you might need to be specific and refine the actions before executing them. So once you get the insight, you kind of define and say, okay, what we can do about that? What does that mean to us? Our design, our products, our marketing strategy, or any strategy. And then you let it run for a bit and measure, and you might get a big spike or success right there and then, sometimes because of just changing your payment methods, or sometimes just changing your business model slightly. But that doesn't mean you stop there, because you want to keep growing. So then you then you start to repeat the whole cycles again. And there's no shortcut to achieving the holistic understanding of your market. And remember as well, the insights you get from research, desk research, user research, or any other context that you can get, what can always help you to inform decisions in many areas, and not just one specific areas. Because don't forget that very often it's not just one thing, one decision, or one team that drives to a success of a business or campaigns or something that you're doing within organizations. because it requires collaborations, for example, between the marketing team. They need to promote and educate and highlight the benefits of your paid products, for example. And at the same time, the design team have to make sure that the experience of signing up for those paid products is easy and simple. So everything has to weave in together and connect very well together. So that's why it's very important for one team to work closely with another team within an organization. And also, don't forget that when you work on the different markets, identify the similarities and between markets is as important as the differences. So the best strategy is to have a core experience that share with all markets, and then finding the right groupings among the markets in different topics or aspects. And this is the most efficient and scalable and adaptable framework that that organization should actually adapt to that. So follow the 3 steps as a starting point, right? I talk about the 3 layers. The first one is to build a respectful relationship first with your local customers. And then secondly, provide them with a basic local experience that we talk about that easily missed by a lot of companies. And then the thirdly is focus on the details to bring the experience to another level. Like many things in life, if you are looking for a magic wand allowing you to know everything so that you can create a design with one finger to click, and unfortunately there's no such a thing or such magic wand available. But that is also what makes everything or designing for different countries or serving them in people in different markets. That's what makes it more interesting and exciting. That's definitely why I enjoy my job as well. So enjoy the journey in learning your global users or customers and their context, and they design the best experience they could be for them. So that's me. Thank you.
Okay, Chui, thank you. So we've got time for a few questions before the next talk. So the first one, I think, is, what should we go with? From Tom Demeronville. If you're a global company with users in every country, how do you decide which languages to focus on?
Yeah, that is one thing that a lot of company, I say mistake, but it's a lot of common things that people are doing in different countries. So we are ready to go other markets. So where should we go? And the first thing I always think about is language. I kind of have to say, like, that is probably not the best way to think about how which country to go for or which language to go for, because talking language is just a subset of your culturalization. So for example, if I go back to this here, so you can see here that, you know, you have a lot of different things coming out. So language is just one of the small elements within that. And you remember the examples that I gave you about French language, and you have 3 countries that actually covering that, but actually 3 countries want a slightly different experience. You know, apart from speaking the same language, there are actually a lot of differences between them. So what I would suggest is actually better approach is actually looking into different data points and to choose where you want to launch and who you want to focus on. For example, you can look at your data which market actually have the better engagement so far from you. Like, even without getting into those markets, there are a lot of people are actually buying your products or using your services in that country already. So you kind of say, okay, there's a starting point on that countries already. So to go in, maybe it will be quite easy to get to the next step. Okay. Or you can also look into the market size, you know, like, okay, what does that mean to that market? If we go in, is that going to be a bigger market than a smaller market? Sometimes you might want to go to a smaller market to as a starting point, because if you make a mistake or you know, because it's the first time you go outside the other country, so you might want to kind of learn while you're doing it. So you want to test it out with smaller markets before you go to a big market. And
yeah. So another quick question, if that's all right.
Yeah.
have you found you get cultural differences within countries themselves, and what do you do about that?
What do you mean? Sorry, can you repeat that?
So perhaps you get different cultures within the same country?
Then you have to look into whether well, that is a kind of vague question, really, because culture is a big thing. What does that mean by culture differences within the same country? Do you mean different community within a country? Like, for example, Australia, there are a lot of community within the country. So sure, you can see a different culture on that. So that will probably depending on who you want to focus first as main target users. And sometimes even they have different culture, they do sometimes share similar elements that they might want similar things, you know, they might still want the products to be presented this way, or the product features is important because it's the environment that shape what their need is. So it's best to actually kind of step back and drill into what does that mean in the differences. Actually, is that differences is going to affect a lot in terms of your design or business strategy. If there is, then you might want to focus on one first and then see how it works on the different one.
Great. And so one more question, Chui, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of similarity scale that's around that compares different countries that might be a sort of shorthand? I mean, I know you publish your guides. Are there other things out there that you might point people in the direction of?
Yeah, it's really hard because even when I want to start my guide, it was quite hard to say, okay, because even within one country, there's so many elements need to cover. And then let alone, we're talking about all the countries in the world, right? I think short answer is I haven't found somewhere that you can get all the insights you want. You probably say, I want to know about payment methods, then you probably will go to a certain website that talk about more pay tech related blogs or website to talk about those. And there's no such a place that give you all the insights on that. So that's why I created the global guide, because it's really hard to find everything in one place with the accurate information.
Yeah, brilliant. So Chui, thank you. So well, check out Chui's good design guides. Just great range of countries that you've been working in there and planning to look into in the future. So check out Chui's good design guides. We're going to take a short break now. I think we've got something from our sponsors, and we'll be back at 10:30 for Ben Holliday's talk, Asking Design Questions.
Cool. Thank you, Dave. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Chui.
Bye.
everyone. I hope you had a nice coffee. The next talk is from Ben Holliday. He's Executive Director of Design at FutureGov. I'm sure he's going to tell you all about that. Welcome, Ben. It's great to have you here. And,
thanks, Dave.
If we can cue the recording, Kirsty, take it away, Ben.
Hi, everybody. Great to be here. So this is the Asking Design Questions talk. So fantastic to be part of virtual UX Bristol. I'm Ben Holliday. This was actually my first trip out of the house for work in 16 months. I had to get the train last week. I actually made it as far as Bristol Parkway. So I managed to get a photograph near Bristol. So it feels like I've kind of been there in spirit for this conference, but really great to be part of today. Really great to share with you. To introduce myself, I'm an Executive Director for Design at FutureGov. So I've spent the last 20 years working in design, so starting out in graphic design, then I worked in digital and UX design, and then later on I've worked with product service, content and organization design teams. The last 8 years I've been mostly working in the public sector. That's leading design teams, working as part of change and transformation programs. My journey into public sector work is I worked for the Government Digital Service for a year. I was then part of DWP Digital, and that's the digital and technology part of the Department for Work and Pensions, so leading the design team there. Before I kind of worked in the public sector, I was part of private sector organisations. So I started out in education. I've worked in finance with an organisation called Free Agent, which you might have heard of. And I've worked a lot with the arts, charity and not-for-profit organisations as well. I live all the way up in Kendal in Cumbria, so if you're tuning in today near Bristol or down in the southwest, I'm up in the northwest as I'm recording this. I live with my family and also our very large 5-month-old puppy, which is shown to the left. So, so that's me. So I'm going to talk about asking design questions today, but I always start by talking about, like, why is design a good idea? Like, why are we interested in design? Like, how does it help shape our organizations? How does it help us to add value where we work? So these are the kind of things I think about in that context. Number one is framing. So the idea that design is really a process, or user-centered design, of centering the problems that we're solving around real user experience, like what might or could happen in terms of how people experience things and the outcomes that design helps us to deliver. Visualizing, so how design can communicate ideas and concepts more clearly. So how do we understand how things work now? How do we understand the perspective of different groups of people that interact with the things that we're building, that we're making? And this is really like why I think it's so important, like UX and service designers in general, like we make a lot of maps, we visualize, we create artifacts that help us to understand, that bring people to shared understanding. Creating, so how we make things happen. So this can be approaches to research. It can be really how we're creative with the process of working with the people we're designing for. For me, like, creating is really how we explore, how we combine, how we develop ideas to solve problems and to find new opportunities. The next reason I think design is a good idea is this kind of concept of connecting. So how do we solve whole problems for users? So connecting in design is really the process of building relationships within systems. It's how we create, it's how we join up end-to-end experiences. And this could mean bringing together different products, tools, even organizations, in terms of how different parts of a system work together to deliver the right outcomes, the right experiences for people. A really important one, that design is a good idea because it's learning by doing. And I'm going to talk about this more today. It's really about making things real. So the ability to prototype, how do we create things that allow people to interact with real models of the world, to learning through what happens. And it's this mindset of experimentation, and that's a type of design questioning as well. And then finally, the idea of continuously improving. So really, for me, this is the ability to keep going. Like, design is never done. It's a continuous process of asking questions about how things can be improved, how things need to change. and also understanding that everything around us is moving. It's always about the next set of questions that we're willing to ask about how things could change, how things can work better in a new context and in response to what's happening around us. And I think as design, and especially working in public sector design, we've seen that more and more, especially through the COVID pandemic, and just how fast things can and are changing around us in our lives as well. So in terms of how I'm going to frame this today, like all of those aspects of like what makes design a good idea are really the result of working as part of a team or working as part of an organization. It's the value that we might be able to add when working with other people. And the idea for this talk is really tied into this debate that's been going on almost like, it feels like forever, like the question of, is everybody a designer? And the reality for me is that most products and services are really like, they're the result of the work and the decisions of people. On the whole, that often we don't call designers, they're business people, operational people, technologists. Like these are often people that work with specialist designers, but not always. And you're probably familiar with Jared Bohl, like he's probably most recently best known as the founder of Center, so that's a user experience design school in the US. Like he's massively followed in places like Twitter and blogs and writes a lot. If you search and look at kind of his writing and tweets, like he quite often talks about this idea that anybody who influences what the design becomes is the designer. And it's been quite controversial, but you can see if you go back a few years, you can see when he first said it. You can also see that he keeps saying it as well. And it's become this kind of big debate in UX design, I think, and like cue lots of responses telling him why he's potentially wrong, people defending the role of design specialists. This is an example of somebody just arguing that the word designer loses all meaning as soon as we make it open to everyone. I could have picked like many blog posts to share. Like this one is by Daniel Burker. You probably heard of him. Like he's ex-Google Ventures, so one of the guys that was involved with the whole thing around design sprints, if you've ever worked with that set of methods. This is his take. Like Jared Bohl had said that Netflix performance engineers are designers because they're affecting the user experience by the decisions that they make. And if I was to kind of not sit on the fence here, like I say, I actually agree. Like I think the decisions and the work of anybody that determines user experience has to be part of what we think of as design, and that's really important. But just to say that I'm not here to win the argument of is everybody a designer. I actually think there's a better way to think about it, and this is really the idea and really what I want to focus on as part of this talk. That I don't think it matters if you're a product manager, if you're a graphic designer, you're a user researcher, like you could even be like a social worker in local government or a community volunteer that's part of like how the vaccination service is being rolled out in the UK by the NHS. I think the important thing is that everyone can start to ask or learn to ask what I call design questions. This is really based on the presumption that we can agree that everything is designed, whether that's intentionally or not. And that's the result of decisions within kind of services, products, change programs. All of that comes together, which means we end up with how something works, with how it looks, how it feels. And I do think that we benefit from design specialists. And just to say really clearly, like I still love you design specialists, but it doesn't matter as much as how we make good design happen. And that's what I want to explore today. So to give you a definition, design questions really are this idea that we can introduce constraints, they provide focus, they create shared understanding, and the goal is really just good design. And that's what I'd want to kind of explore. Really, it's about how do we get to the best solutions? How do we best meet people's needs? And really talking about how we both meet practical needs, but also when we think about experience, emotional needs, like how is that all wrapped up in experience? Like what are people able to do? And how in terms of asking better design questions, can that lead to better outcomes? To give you a little bit of history, like this is back when I worked for DWP Digital in 2014 to 2017. And this is when I first started thinking about design questions. DWP was a really large organization, some more than 70,000 staff, a really big portfolio of work, like big technology portfolio. And this is a picture of the growing design team. We were starting to get spread out across work, across this whole organization. User-centered design was still quite new to the organization. But this is really just showing you that there were lots of kind of designers and researchers starting to be employed at DWP, starting to be kind of in different places with different types of influence. And my original design questions were really like going around and seeing the work, like just why are we here doing this particular piece of work? And how do we know if this particular program here, are we doing the right things? And I found really quickly that teams or organizations, and I've seen it since as well, often we just don't have a really good understanding of the problem that we're working on or why we're doing the work. And like DWP early on, it was a really good example of this. Like teams were going into discovery phases and it simply wasn't very clear to me like what they were doing and why. And often the teams themselves were unclear, or there was different types of understanding, like people understood the problem differently that they were working on. There wasn't that shared understanding. And where this got me to was this idea that actually I found again and again, I was visiting, like we had 5 digital hubs. I was visiting these different teams in different places. And actually I was asking our designers, I was asking these teams the same questions, the same 5 questions. And actually in the end, I wrote these down as a blog post in 2015. And it's really interesting because these questions have become like the most read and shared blog post I've ever written. Like they've gone across government teams in the UK and beyond. I know of people that use them in the private sector. But really, these are really simple questions. They're really simple design questions. And just to kind of run you through those briefly, like number 1 was why are we doing the work? Or like, what is our motivation for building this product and service? Number 2 is who are our users? So who do we think would actually use this product or service? Or who do we think is going to use it? What are our assumptions about who these people are and where they are and what they need to do? And then that leads on to like, what outcome will users get from this service? So what problem are we trying to solve for people? And then really balanced against that as well, like being very honest with ourselves. If we're trying to meet this set of user needs, like what are we looking for as an organization? Like quite often there are business goals hidden within the kind of brief that we're working on. Like what outcome are we looking for? Like it might, if we're being honest, like this work might have been commissioned because of cost savings. It might be because of a policy decision, especially if we're working in government. And then all of those things combined, like how are we going to measure against these outcomes in terms of how well we're meeting these needs, how well we're meeting that balance of organization goals and objectives and also priorities. Like what are our key metrics? How are we going to show progress? So I was able to publish this blog post. Like I say, it got kind of really well read. It got really well used. We ended up using this method as almost like a workshop format. And this is just one picture I could find here of like doing this on Post-it notes. More recently, I've kind of done this on a Miro board as we've kind of moved away from being in the same spaces. And we've used it a lot of FutureGov as well. Like the 5 questions, it works really well as a workshop format. And really the whole thing here is about how do we get people to a shared understanding? It's about a group of people in a room or virtually starting off like not really knowing what each other are thinking, but by the end of it actually saying like, this is our shared understanding of the answer to these 5 questions, like aligning the work at this point. Like what you can do is take one question at a time. You can ask the group to write one thing per Post-it note. If you do that, maybe give 5 minutes per question, you can affinity sort, you can group those around themes, and then somebody can facilitate and talk you through what you're learning. And really all of that moving you towards this shared understanding that helps you start a discovery, helps you revisit kind of key assumptions during an alpha phase of delivery or design. I should say as well, like this works like in small groups or large groups. This was my kind of world record attempt at UX Riga, which was an event in Latvia in 2015. You see, we ran this, we kind of had 6 groups working on the same topic. And in the end, I brought it all back together. But like simple questions can just help facilitate understanding and conversation around a single brief or a single topic. And just to say, like, what I was trying to do with this first set of design questions was really, it was about adding context or understanding constraints. Like quite often what we're doing, especially in government kind of digital work, is where we've got a product problem. Like we've been asked to work on a digital solution or part of a service. It's moving maybe part of a service online. Quite often that was the sort of digital government strategy at the time. Like how do we move things online so they're quicker, simpler and faster? And it's really important to say as well, it's like sometimes like starting from a product perspective, it's fine, like it's important. It's really where people are directly interacting with our organizations, with our services. What I thought would be helpful to do is just to really define some of this context that we're exploring. So quite often we're starting with the question of what is the product? So for me, that's the digital solution. It's the tools that our staff might be using, but it's what is helping people to do something, whether that's inside or outside of our organization. And really it's the set of interactions, it's the transactions, and it's the thing that is helping people to achieve a goal. And then the context of that, if we can start to look at that question, is really what is the service? So supporting people's needs in real life scenarios is the way that I think about that. So that could be a combination of these online, but also offline touch points and the support that is leading towards an outcome or for something to happen. And then the question of what is the system? So for me, a system is really about the interdependencies that work and function together. So this idea of like, we're working on things that are inherently complex, like networks of organizations, parts of government policy all working together. As a quick example, if I took a FutureGov example, like something like working in housing with local authorities, like you might be commissioned to work on a product, which is like helping people to apply for the housing register, like for a council website. You might then look at the service, which is really like, what is the local housing services? So the council team that are providing advice and help to prevent homelessness. And that might be services within that, like how do you get families emergency accommodation at short notice? And then what is the system? So the idea that there's a housing system, there's housing policy that's national, that's regional as well within that. So there are regional strategies, there are multi-agency partnerships, and there's service management that all supports all of these different layers. And just to give you an idea as well of how much work is still needed to fix government services, like I had a look locally in Cumbria, like this is what it looks like if you try and get support for housing or emergency housing in Cumbria. And this is what you have to go through if you're at risk of becoming homeless. Like you can see that actually things like content design, basic kind of design around how accessible this is just not great, to be honest. And like getting help or understanding how to get help is just much harder than it should be. And this is why I think it's so important that design is part and design questions are part of how we can improve our public services. But to move on quite quickly, like really what we're doing here is building a map. Like we're starting to question relationships. I put this example in really for the sheer scale of a system view. Even if you can't see the detail here, that this is work by Alex Torrance at FutureGov with Hounslow Council, that he was working on this map. And it shows the different agencies involved in supporting vulnerable children and people care. So that's really how we understand data being collected throughout a system through different partners and how that's managed, but really about somebody's experience, about how they're supported. And this as is view, if you were to zoom into it, it really starts to show how services and individual products and touch points and the way that partners work together, it's not joined up. Like there's a lot of manual process involved in how individual agencies contact each other to get information about individual cases. And really that really leads into the quality of support that we're able to offer. And this idea of building the map is really about conversations, whatever sort of map we're building. Like designers love maps, like they're a way of exploring and understanding context. And a good map is really about starting to show us this product, service, system relationships with the user needs that we're starting to explore and understand. And there's always this question of like, where are we in the map and where that can take us? And I think maps are really about the ambition that comes through questioning what already exists and what could exist. And like I've said already, like maps are really like the spaces, they show the spaces in between things and they start to question what's possible. And as I mentioned then, like really this is about user needs. So through asking questions and getting these new perspectives, we can start to better understand user needs. So what is it people need to do? What is the support that they need? How does that sit within the product services system context that we're looking at? And how do we start to see relationships between different types of needs? And when I talk about needs, like quite often we talk about the practical things, so like joining the housing register, but actually there's the whole thing around moving home, like life events, needing care. Like this is about people and relationships. like going back a few years again, this came out of some of the work we were doing at DWP Digital, like the difference between emotional and practical needs. So emotional needs being much more open, like in these kind of open spaces where we're trying to understand the context and quite often the messy context of what's really happening in our lives and the life events that we're experiencing. The way I kind of always explain it is like finding a job, which was a DWP example, is a really practical thing. There are practical steps, there's practical support. But the fear of losing your job and the effects of that, how that might affect your home stability, your family stability, is actually, there's a set of emotional needs in there that also need to be met. The whole idea of having a safety net in the welfare system is about actually meeting an emotional need that actually there is support there if you need it, or there should be. To go back to my other example, like applying for the local housing register is practical, but it's not the same as having a stable long-term place to live. And we can start to think about this different relationship. And I really love the thing as well, this kind of idea that we can kind of prise open the system. So sometimes we do start kind of with this bigger view. This is a quote from Matt Edgar, who is he's transformation director at NHSX these days, and says we can kind of look to see the human needs and the choices that these then create and sustain when we start to look at a system set of relationships. And I think we have to be able to zoom in to get much closer to real human experience. Like I should say that this was in response to a Henrik van Haren NHS Digital blog post in 2016, which is that there are always real needs in a system, and we have to look at those from emotional to the practical and the more transactional. To give you a couple of really nice examples, that I love this is Royal Aberdeen Children's Hospital. And this is an example that they've got this car and children are able to drive themselves through to like where the operating theatre. And it's like an experience design thing. And I love the fact that they tweeted this. I love the fact that really they're starting to think about like, how do you start to design for children being scared and frightened while they have this, you know, hospital experience in these really difficult situations. There's another lovely example as well, which is in this book by Rachel Clark, Dr. Rachel Clark, called Dear Life. And it talks about the experience of like a children's play specialist. And quite often, like children have to go to radiotherapy and their parents can't be there with them. And they're in these rooms, they're separated, they're with these loud and intimidating machines. If you've ever like had an MRI scan, you'll know what I mean. And they came up with this idea of like using coloured string, and they let the child hold the string while they're in the kind of room with the machines. And they can run this string all the way through the corridor to the parent standing outside. So the child knows that mummy or daddy is still there on the other side. They're there, they're caring for them, and they're holding on to the other end of this string. They're still connected. And I really love stuff like this, like thinking about emotional need. Sometimes like you could say like practically we don't need to do this, but this is so important when we think about health and health outcomes and well-being, and it's all part of how really we need to think about design. So just with the time we've got left, I really just want to quickly open up like what are the other design questions that maybe we should be asking? Like what could we think about? And I think there's really like 5 areas that I've been thinking about more and more as I've started to look at this, like direction, the idea of impact in design, inclusion, exclusion, breakpoints, and design doing. So to talk to the first one, direction, like I've mentioned already that framing is a really important part of how design adds value. And again, the idea of centering a problem around a real user experience. And there's this design question really that I think we have to ask, like, what is it we're working towards, and what is the ideal future for this? Whether that's a product or service or a kind of a bigger change. And so to give you an example, like it's been fascinating and like really interesting seeing the response in the pandemic. And quite often now, I think we're in the position as designers where we have to ask, like, is the response radical enough? And it didn't take me long to find a Bristol example. Like we've seen local places change overnight, like converting streets, shutting streets, creating cycle networks, radically changing kind of in order to adapt to the pandemic, to adapt to lockdowns. And really it has shown us that radical change is possible, where there's the real power and the shared ambition and direction to make that possible. If you compare that though to something like the climate emergency, we haven't seen the same radical approaches. Like most councils were declaring a climate emergency a year before the pandemic, but we didn't see the radical kind of approaches to shutting streets, creating clearer air, challenging transport systems and approaches to that, reducing car use. And I think the direction we're taking in this sense needs that ambition. It needs those design questions. So the next one is impact. And really, like, how is this product, service, or change being experienced in the places and with the people it's impacting? And this is a similar point, like it's thinking about the changes in places, how we experience them, how our lives are changing because of the design decisions that are being made around us. And that could be even things as simple as like how we're trying to put new cycling infrastructure in, as much as it could be the housing system in local government. And I think the only way we really start to understand this, the only way we start to answer this question is through the people that getting closer to the real experiences of people that this is impacting. I love this example as well, and I've used this lots and lots, but I think you have to be able to zoom in and out. You have to be able to get closer to real experience. And I love the idea of Google Maps. I love the way that it lets you zoom in from a satellite image to people crossing the road right in front of you. And it's this idea that design is multi-directional. It's never only what happens here, the perspective we have from where we're designing from. And that sometimes is that satellite image. It's that big system map I showed you in Hounslow of kind of how children's services is working and school support. Sometimes actually you have to get in, you have to be closer to that context. And a good design question is like, who is this actually helping? And then how close are we to their real experience? The next question I really wanted to look at is this idea of inclusion and exclusion. And this has never really felt more important in design. And we're really seeing ourselves challenged on this by what's happening in the world around us. Who is excluded by this product, service, or change? And who doesn't it reach? And I think this is especially true if it's a digital service. Like we've seen a big push to move public services online to make transactional parts of government cheaper, faster, and simpler, like I was showing before. I think we have to think about kind of how do we work harder to work with communities, with people that are potentially excluded, harder to reach groups. How do we make this work for everyone? This is another older example that I love. Like you might be familiar with the OXO Good Grips kitchen tools that have become real symbols of like products designed to work for everyone. This is in the film Objectified by Gary Hewitt, and it talks about Smart Design's design of this potato peeler. And it's the idea that by starting with the needs of people that are outliers, so it's designed for people with arthritis, actually it's become the standard for what like a good handle grip looks like. Another really good example is the cordless kettle. Like it was designed for people with limited mobility, but actually as a piece of industrial product design, it's better for everyone. And I mean, it's a really important question here for designers of like, where should we start? Who could we start with? Could we look at those outliers, those extreme cases? Could that actually help us to better design for everyone? This is the other really similar question as well of like where services reach. And I think I mentioned the vaccination program earlier. The vaccination program is important because to work, it has to reach as many people as possible. It has to try and, I think it's like 85–90% of people have to be vaccinated for everybody to really be protected. And there's this thing they're using now, vaccination buses. Like this is an example from a bus that was visiting Elswick in Newcastle. Like it's targeting places that have historically experienced health inequalities. Like these are areas associated with deprivation. In part, these are areas where there's, you know, people from like represented from ethnic minority backgrounds more and more. So in this example, like the BBC report, which I've linked to here, like they spoke to a local community champion, and this is all about like taking the service to the community that were excluded, the community that weren't accessing the services. And when the community started to see this arriving like where they lived, where they were, actually that made it more accessible. And it actually, I think something like 150 people were vaccinated on this Sunday morning because the bus arrived in this area and the community champions were able to get people to step on board and get vaccinated. And then this really takes me on to kind of the next one, which is this idea of breakpoints. So what will happen if and when this product service change breaks? Like who does it break for? And design, if we're thinking about it as everybody is designing, this scenario of everybody contributing to design, it's really how we ask the right questions to manage risk. Like what are the unintended consequences of how things break? And I've got a few examples for you really quickly. That this example of like Tesla have been making solar roof panels. So basically tiles which are that are solar powered, which is a great idea. Like potentially really fantastic innovation, but you can see here that actually they found that they were too heavy for the houses that they were fitting them on. Like most roof structures just weren't well designed enough to take the weight of these roof tiles. And this is really that design quite often is really about unintended consequences, like learning how things break. And this is a perfect example. And quite often in tech, like there's this kind of mantra of move fast and break things. But it's a lot more important if we're thinking about health, if we're thinking about housing systems, like where things break, it really starts to affect people's lives. It becomes much more important. This is another example. You might remember National Rail Inquiries changing their website design to black and white as a mark of respect for the Duke, when the Duke of Edinburgh died earlier this year. And like nobody asked the question of who does this then break for? Like it made it totally inaccessible for people, like colorblind people who are colorblind. And there's always this question, and it really comes down to like, have we got diverse enough teams sometimes to ask the question, like, who is this going to break for? Who are we excluding from this as the result of this design decision? And this particular example, it actually got national news coverage because it kind of broke the site for so many people. And then like a last couple, which are just perfect, you know, examples I've experienced. Quite often I think of design as like we're dealing with white space. Like it's really the gaps in between things defining the rest of the experience, like going back to the map and how successful that outcome might be. Quite often the white space in design, it's really the gaps between things are also defining the success of the things that we can see. It's defined by what we can't see. And that's the same for services and systems. This is an example, like I moved house with my family before Christmas and we needed a new tumble dryer. So it's very much a first world problem. This is the screenshot of the confirmation of the purchase that I made online. I won't say who it was with, but you could probably work that out. I didn't get a confirmation email for some reason, but you know, emails go missing and I had the order number and the payment was showing as pending on my bank account. And then about a week later, nothing arrived. And then the day after that, nothing arrived. And then still nothing was arriving, like they didn't meet the delivery slot. And I found that ringing customer services meant you were redirected back to the website. And it had actually been made impossible to speak to somebody, and they'd effectively shut down their customer service lines. And I think there were reasons like because of COVID and not being able to run call centers. But actually the only option was web chat, sorry. And as you can see, if you read this, I had this very long, almost quite comical kind of conversation with this poor person on web chat who was insisting they'd never received my order and it was probably my fault. And all of this, it was the experience of the service. And in the end, I never got a tumble dryer from this company. And needless to say, I bought one from somewhere else. But essentially, as an experience, I fell through the gaps. Something went wrong. It was probably a failure of technology somewhere, like the website not fully processing a payment. But my point is that people have experiences like this all the time. And we have to have good design questions if we're going to create good joined up user experiences and successful outcomes. My final example is this one, which is, this is how I have to talk to my GP and our family GP practice. They ask us to book appointments and make requests via the website. I found though, almost by accident, the service is actually only switched on during kind of GP opening hours, which is kind of daytime office hours. And when I last used the service, it didn't actually tell you this anywhere in the app. It just said it wasn't available. And it also didn't signpost to NHS 111, which is where you should go in an emergency if you need to see a GP out of hours. And it comes back again, like nobody asks the question, like what happens if? What happens out of hours? What if? Running through these scenarios, and these, you know, this could be really emergency situations during COVID where people need support. And I won't even get into some of the design of these apps. And like we're seeing really great progress. Actually, the NHS apps are really well built and delivered and much more kind of designed in terms of whole service problems by NHS Digital. But a lot of GP surgeries have still got these kind of disconnected experiences, which potentially aren't meeting people's needs very well as more and more we're pushed to do things online and digital by default. And it's really this idea that often good design starts with a broken experience, and we have to ask the questions about how we then make that possible. And then just to conclude, really all of this is a question of design doing. So as I set out at the start, like design creates value through learning by doing, and it's really about making things real. And for me, doing is a process of questioning. Like we're modeling, we're saying, how could this work? How can it work better? Like, what if I tried it this way? What if I made that adjustment? It's this process. And really, like, this for me is prototyping, like whether it's like this paper prototyping, like doing is this process of small iterative experiments, like learning what doesn't work to learn more about what does or what will, like focusing on the right outcomes in order to work through that process. And I said the word modeling already, but this is a photo I took in MoMA just before lockdown, actually, in New York. And it's a Frank Lloyd Wright building. It's a kind of scale model. You can sort of see it compared to the guy in the background there. And like it's building out, like modeling and designers modeling is building out with the materials we have. It's questioning each decision and evaluating each model as you go. And I think there's so much we can learn from architecture here. I call it service modeling, building out. That we can make sure we model service and product scenarios. So asking how things break, how things are experienced, looking at that white space, at those gaps in between touch points that we're designing, understanding how things connect together, understanding the product to the service to the system context and how that works. And I think it's really, really important we don't get fooled into thinking that questions are just for research. Like questions are a tool really that help us experiment, help us build out, help us explore how things need to work. And then we can do that at different levels of scale as we prototype, as we pilot, as we build joined up experiences and move those into real world scenarios. And then just to conclude, like really, like this for me feels like the most pressing question we can ask. And quite often we have these how might we questions in design, but I think we also need to ask why are we? Especially now, like, are we really the best placed people to solve this problem? There's a lot of privilege in design and how we found ourselves as in roles as designers, and I've not got time to explore that in more detail today. But really, who is better placed to solve this problem? And quite often, just really simply, how do we work with them? How do we reach these communities, the people that are really experiencing these services? How do we get closer to that? How do we zoom in on the map again? So to conclude, let's not pretend that we're all smart enough, unbiased enough, or best placed to have all the answers. But what we can do is to start to ask better questions that help us to make good design happen. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ben. So we've got time for a few questions. And the first one is, how early do you start asking these design questions? Within proposals or project shaping activities? How early do you start asking these questions, Ben?
So if we're talking about the original 5 questions, like quite often I've used those early on. So if you're doing discovery work or you're doing a project kickoff, they work really well. I think, and hopefully this came through in the talk, that it's just really important to keep asking design questions. So like really making sure that we're constantly aligning to the direction and the goals that we've set out. So quite often what I found with teams is, even if we do ask these questions, that kind of needle which kind of points us at true north, like the right direction, the right focus on the right users, it tends to move as we move. So actually revisiting these quite often is really important as well. So even if you've done the project kickoff, like have them on the wall, you know, go back to them, have them on the Miro board, keep asking them, saying like, has our understanding of this changed because of what we've learned, because of the research we've done, because of the things we've tested? And I think you can revisit that way. And the newer questions that I kind of introduced there as well, I think again, they're things that are really holding us to account to deliver the right thing, to deliver the right outcome. But it's recognizing everything's changing around us all of the time as we're working, the conditions, the constraints. We have to keep asking good design questions.
Okay, great. And what's a good next question? Any tips for when whoever commissions the project and they set a tight time frame? Any tips for how to deal with that?
I'm not sure I understand that question. So when can you repeat that, Dave?
Yeah, so when somebody commissions a project and sets a time frame that's quite tight, do X by a certain time, how do you handle that?
I would still try and have a conversation. Like, really, you could talk through the 5 questions. You could talk through like one question of why are we doing this work and how do we make sure that we deliver the right outcomes, the right things based on why we've been asked to do this. Like, you can have that conversation. I think it's riskier not to. But the danger is always that the shared understanding isn't there. So we're all working to deliver slightly different things, even if we're working as a team. What you could do as well, and I've done this before, like if you've got kind of governance processes in terms of how work is commissioned or how work gets set up, you could even build these questions into that process. So if a team is trying to, if somebody's trying to set up a team in a department or in an organization, they have to answer these questions about the work up front. So they make their assumptions explicit, and then actually that gives the team gives them insights and information to work with, and they can look at that and say, okay, well, what here feels like a risky assumption as well? And quite often, actually, if you're limited on time, like start with the question, like, what are our riskiest assumptions? Like, what are the things in here that we think are most likely to, stop us from delivering what we've been asked to deliver in this short time frame?
Okay, great, thank you. A question from Giles Carrington. How would you format or present the answers to these different questions? So aside from post-it notes in a workshop, excuse me, sorry. So question from Giles Carrington. How would you format or present the answers to these questions?
Yeah, so in terms of like the outputs, quite often when we used to have a wall space and people in one place, I'd keep them on the wall. Quite often I might make them into posters if they're really good insights and they help keep the team focused and keep bringing people back to them. It can work really well on a Miro board if you've got a project board which has got kind of goals, all of the kind of building blocks of the work you're doing. This is part of that. So again, put them somewhere visible, put that information, those data points somewhere visible where you can keep coming back and having the conversation. But I used to love having it in a wall space because you can gather people around, you can have the conversation around the questions. Every sprint, every couple of weeks, you can keep saying, like, has this changed? Have we moved away from this? What do we know that's new? Are these assumptions are we more confident about the assumptions we made to start with? But really just visibility. I've seen people design them into kind of more visual posters. You might even map some of this against like a journey map or a service map, but make sure that that information goes with you on that process of designing the service or the products or the work you're doing in a system, whatever the kind of level you're working at, as I talked about.
Okay, great. And 2 last questions, Ben.
Okay.
Yeah, and well, as a designer, it can feel like you're supposed to have all the answers. How do you handle that?
Yeah, I guess that's the problem, because we don't. And more, I think we've got to recognize that our own perspective isn't enough. And I think bringing people into this process who maybe don't call themselves designers is really a way of solving that as well. Like I said, like anybody can ask design questions. I do think it's okay. Like I've always said in design, and there's a mantra of like strong opinions are okay. Like my design philosophy is very much that strong ideas are good, but we work as hard as we can to prove ourselves wrong. It's not about trying to prove ourselves right, and it's that mindset. So quite often, like we can have assumptions about the answers to these questions without probably enough evidence early on, but then we've got to do the hard work to go and make sure that we increase the confidence we have in, are we working to design for the right people in the right places in the right ways? So yeah, confidence is fine. We haven't got all the right answers, and the only way we do that as well is to work with people, with communities, and with the people that are actually going to use products and services that we're working on. We can't, be arrogant and think that we're going to come up with the right answers in isolation from real life and real situations.
Okay, great, Ben, thank you. So that's all the time we've got for questions today, but there are more questions on the Slack, so
I'll jump on Slack. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, everyone.
And thanks for your great talk. And we're going to move now to Bohl and the next talk coming up shortly.
welcome back, everyone. Quite a swift turnaround. Next speaker is Flo Bohl. We're delighted to welcome him to UX Bristol. He's currently a product manager at Bloomberg, where he spent 15 years or more as a UX designer before he transitioned into product management. He spent most of his career in advertising and design agencies. And today, he's going to have to get his title right. He's going to be talking about how to present design work to non-designers. So thanks very much, and over to you, Flo.
Thank you. So once this curious little boy asked me what I did when I was still a UX consultant. What do you actually do? That's the inevitable question when a UX designer gets asked after the original explanation draws only blank stares, right? So it's always a really good exercise to explain something to a 6-year-old. So my explanation was asking questions whilst people use computers or phones. And this is one out of a million of answers of what UX is. And we know this is a very difficult topic and there's no real consensus in the community. However, as Ben in this talk just earlier has perfectly laid out, asking questions is really one of the core competencies of people in UX, whether they're researchers or designers. But this talk will be about the exact opposite. This will be about talking. So whilst being good at asking questions is really important in user experience, the more senior someone in user experience becomes, the more relevant and important the aspect of talking becomes, especially people outside the UX domain, people who perhaps don't have so much understanding of what you do and how the processes work. So as a product manager in a large organization who previously worked in small design firms as a user experience designer, I have learned the hard way how to present designs to get stakeholders on board. I failed many, many times. I've also obviously succeeded sometimes. And this is how to avoid the missteps I've took to get the designs approved. Now sitting at the receiving end, I confirm what does and doesn't work. Unlike me, most people working in product or marketing don't really have a design background and have very little understanding of the design process and lack the imagination to see the potential of work in progress. So here are 6 useful steps that really help me, at least, in the conversation with designers to better understand what's going on. And this has helped me to get designs approved in the past. In preparation for anything, it's always good to start with knowing your audience. Now, starting a presentation, I find it useful when a designer first summarizes the brief, shares the insights, shows the design, and then before jumping into gathering feedback, states the intent of that design. So knowing your audience, that's a really important one. This is Jeff Patton, actually, product management guru, but he actually talks mostly about user experience. And he always says, give customers what they want, right? But it's the same thing when we have a presentation. Before I start my presentation, I always ask myself, would I be listening to myself? Would I give myself 5 minutes of my time or even more? What's in it for me? And asking myself that question makes it much clearer in what it is I'm trying to achieve. So I aim at making my presentation relevant to whoever I'm talking to. For example, presenting to clients in marketing, you will have to use different terminology as if I'm presenting to developers. For example, talking about how previous design has increased reach might only impress marketing managers. So I often prepare my presentation by talking to individuals in a team that I haven't met yet. So before presenting to them, I get a picture of what resonates and what they're interested in, right? So never assume knowledge. When you talk to the people, someone might understand what semi-structured research means. Some people, maybe as an engineer, haven't really participated in semi-structured research or, you know, in laddering interviews or whatever it is you're trying to get to. So when you can't really access the people that you're trying to talk to, maybe there is a salesperson or someone in account management who's previously met these people who can give you a picture of how they take and what resonates with them. So now beginning the presentation, it'd always be good to start recapping why you've done the work before you actually show it. Right? So even very senior designers in the past presented to me by starting with showing the design. And often don't, so often I personally don't fully understand the context of every meeting I had in the past. And so I'm always appreciative when someone is mindful of reminding me and then everyone else in the room of the context of what you're looking at. So no good story typically begins with the climax, right? So you don't start your presentation with showing the design, but you're building towards that. So maybe the context of the conversation or the meeting is only a small iteration within a screen, and you can then confidently put some of the concerns aside before they're even mentioned. The copy is not part of the conversation. The image choice is not part of the conversation. So this already sets aside some of the feedback you may get later. Summarize how you've interpreted the brief. I think that's a really important one, because sometimes the brief is badly worded or even non-existent, right? So when I was still a designer in a small design agency, I've been given the brief from hell. A project manager came to my desk with a printout, put it in front of me and said, "Can you make this look more better?" Yeah. And so in this case, I would have summarized the brief in my own words and say, okay, so what you're trying to achieve here is to improve the creative positioning, the task, in the context, the cultural context of the target audience. Yeah, that's the context. To increase the brand appeal, the goal, right? So it's very similar to what product owners do to write a user story. And so at this point, the project manager could say, well, actually, you're quite wrong here, but at least you've given them a framework to provide you a better brief next time, or they can correct you, and then you have an input that helps you to deliver an output and eventually an outcome. So I'd really like to ask you, what do you consider a good brief? So you can scan this QR code on the top left here on the screen with your phone and open the website to submit your response, or you go to slido.com and enter the number 667909, and we can see a word cloud appearing here. So I'd be really interested if you get briefs, if you're writing a brief, what is a good brief for you? Clear goals. That's a really good response. But what is a clear goal? Maybe a good brief has a certain framework, or it can be completely free of a framework. It always depends on the context. Sometimes you don't need a brief because you know that person so well that you're working with, but then that's probably a little bit outside the context of a presentation, as I'm talking about here, where you're actually perhaps talking to people that you typically don't know when you're selling a design, or when you're looking at a bigger presentation for a bigger piece of work. Being specific, that's really good. Problem focused, okay. Maybe the part of the design should also be to discover the problem. But yeah, if there's already a problem existing, then that should be certainly part of the brief. Being concise, yeah, that's a really big one, it seems. It should be written, problem and not a solution. Yeah, I totally agree. Plain English, defined constraint, well circulated. Who is it for? What's in scope? That's right. That's really important as well. And typically that's what product owners also have to look after. What is in scope and what's out of scope. Who is it for? Absolutely, totally agree. So let's move on now. Thank you for your responses. So before you show your work, continue with summarizing your research and outline some of the findings. If it's competitive design research, for instance, or inspiration you took from elsewhere, build up to the big reveal of your work by outlining how the work started. In the best case, user research informed every step of the way, or even data that you found from analytics. And in the worst case, it was just thrown together overnight. And for the latter case, right, you can just still show relevant work from your past to prove your expertise. So now it's time to show the design. But like in this case here, which is a drawing from Fosters and Architects of an office building, don't just talk about the obvious, but tell a story, right? You could say, well, this is a drawing of a building and there is a staircase in the middle, and you can use the staircase to move from one floor to another. But architects typically focus on the key benefits of a building for showing their work. This is how Foster Architects describe the office I'm working in. Bloomberg's European headquarters is respectful of its location in the City of London, close to the Bank of England, St. Paul's Cathedral, and the Church of St. Stephen, Waldburg. In its form, massing, and materials, the new building is uniquely of their place and time, a natural extension of the city that will endure and improve the surrounding public realm. It's a true exemplar of sustainable development with a BREEAM Outstanding rating and the highest design stage ever achieved by a major office development. So you can clearly see that there is a lot of information about the context in which this design will be sitting in, or is sitting right now because this building is finished. So I think the aspect is also about building suspense in the presentation. And how do you do that? I think the story accompanying the story and the accompanying visuals should go from vague towards concrete, right? From sketch towards detail, from wireframe towards design. And when presenting work, create an emotional appeal and go beyond just facts, but describe the vision, like Foster's an Architect did by saying, it will endure and improve the surrounding public realm, right? So Foster could have stated these interesting facts about the building instead. They could have said, the building cost 1.3 billion from start to finish, has fiber optic cables that could span from London to Geneva, uses more steel than the Eiffel Tower, and had the biggest single concrete pour in the history of the UK. Now, this presentation, despite containing really impressive numbers, it doesn't really illustrate why the building would be a good investment or why anyone would like to work in it, right? So if you talk about numbers, perhaps they give a reason in or a better understanding of the decisions that went into some of the design elements. You say, 20 users responded positively to this and only 3 to that. That gives a good context, but otherwise I would be light on numbers. Now at this point, stakeholders would love to share their feedback and say, I hate it, I love it, oh, this is absolutely awful, it's the worst thing we've ever seen. But let the work sink in first by asking them to wait until you've finished stating the design intent. And that's really aiming at framing the feedback that follows thereafter. Right, so every project typically, normally, follows a goal. In a marketing campaign, it might be to raise awareness of the unique product benefits or to impact direct sales. In a news organization, you may be looking at improving the interface to aim at increasing engagement or get more reads. But talk about how the work will reach the goal, right? So when the goals aren't set, outline the success metrics that could help stakeholders measure your work objectively, like these very popular metrics, but these are just a few out of a ton of metrics that could be used to measure the success of design. but intent should not be one-dimensional. In my view, as a product manager, it's incredibly difficult to measure success purely on one dimension. And it's something that as a product manager, I spend a lot of time thinking about. What is a good metric? How can we measure whether this is a good investment? Whether we should invest a lot of resource in this project or not. Even negative verbal feedback can be a success metric when the goal of the design is to gain user insights to iterate on the next version of the design. So I'm always careful not to put too much emphasis on one metric alone. It's good to follow data-based objective decision-making. However, data sometimes just doesn't tell us everything, and we need to keep asking ourselves, what are we missing? Always. I find it incredibly difficult to assess the success of a design very confidently based on a single variable. You can't really have just one variable that's responsible for the success or failure of a design. So I'd like to know from you, who provides the metrics in the organization you're working in typically. Again, you can scan this QR code here on the top left or use the number 667-909 to submit your responses on slido.com. So maybe I'm missing something here, but is it typically the user experience team? Maybe that's you. Is the product owner providing the metrics to measure success? Is it the client? They just say, we want to achieve 5% conversion rate up from 3 right now in our emails. Please give us a design that achieves that, or do you not normally use metrics to measure the success of your design? And I think metrics, when I talk about metrics, I mean really the quantitative aspect, not necessarily qualitative feedback, which is much more difficult to measure. It's a good indication of why things are happening, but yeah, this is a really important one, the data aspect. So yeah, what data metrics do you put in place? Well, and who provides those? So it's interesting, the combination of people, as I was thinking, but it's also interesting that UX is fairly low. I would have really, in my organization, I really like it if a UX person comes to me and says, well, I think this is a really good metric you should be using in order to assess the success of a design or even of a product. I find it super helpful if people in user experience help me here. Yeah, thanks for your responses. So now the stakeholders had time to reflect and were given a chance to view the design more objectively by listening to the work's intent. You've framed the following conversation that's now happening about whether or not the design will achieve the stated intent. And this will be more helpful feedback rather than just gut reactions like, I don't like it. Right. So gathering feedback, I always find incredibly useful by grouping them into 3 categories. One is keep. Keep means it's likely, the design is likely to meet the intent or the goals that are set. Improve, which means that it's unlikely to meet those goals. Or parking lot. Typically, a lot of stuff comes up where people say, well, there's a typing error. You think, yeah, thank you, okay, that's I'll write that down, but it's not really part of the discussion. Or we have a completely new idea, how about we have, flying cats, and, whatever crazy stuff is, you don't want to dismiss it. You want to write it down. You want to be proactive and include it in the conversation, but put it clearly visible to stakeholders into the parking lot section. And this will then help you to summarize the feedback to outline the next steps. So based on your feedback, we have these areas of improvements. And we also really want to focus on the stuff that we have done well here in this first iteration. And we can now go to users, test it, and see whether there is something else that we have found that hasn't come up in this meeting yet. So this is a really clear path to next steps in a presentation. So next time a little boy comes to you and asks you a really difficult question, and yes, you've guessed right, this little boy is my son. You would respond to a question like, what's the best presentation, maybe with a little story. And I found this story super interesting. It's a story from a book called The Perfect Pitch, which I read when I was still working in advertising. It's written by a guy called John Steele, advertising planner. And I think the story is now fairly popular and well known, but it's about two guys running through a forest away from a bear. And while they're running, the first guy stops and takes off his shoes and puts on another pair of shoes. And the second guy says, well, you know, what are you doing? We'll be eaten by the bear if we're stopping now. And you know, changing your shoes will not make a difference because you won't be outrunning the bear. And the first guy says, well, I don't really have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you. So, you know, this is a really interesting story because it brings home a very important point that you don't really have to be the best runner. You just have to be really good in context of what's going on and be just ever so slightly better than, you know, someone else or the competition. So I think it's very important, and that's already been mentioned by Ben just now. It's not about having all the answers and being perfect in the data that you may have about users, but acknowledging that there is something to explore here, and to a degree also don't just look at what's probable based on the insights you have, but also look at what's possible. I think good design is informed in data and user insights, but good design also inspires imagination, and that should go beyond purely data and insight. So when presenting, you know, knowing your audience is super useful. I don't always follow this structure. I find it super useful as a general framework. Obviously, if you know the people that you're presenting to, you may want to skip step one. You may also want to skip the gather feedback stage if there is you know, a different format. But generally, this I found always super useful, and building up towards the design is something that I would like to see more. So there's just one more thing for me to say. Break a leg. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Flo. Fantastic talk and lots to think about there. I think we've got time for a few questions. So I'll kick off with one from James, which is, do you have any advice on when to present design work and how frequently you should present it? I mean, do you go for a big bang, or do you go for kind of more of a softly type of approach?
That's a really good question. I think it depends on your stakeholders, obviously, but I find it sometimes useful when stakeholders are guided through the process of what it requires. So sharing the process, I think, is more important than the design. So invite product owners or engineers into user testing sessions so that they can see what decisions are actually made based on that insight, rather than having them hover above your shoulder and say, well, you know, move this up, move this down. So I think a low frequency in sharing the actual design is probably better, but a high frequency of involving them in the process is probably better as well. So whether that's workshops, whether that's user testing sessions. So I think the actual presentation of the design, a lower frequency is better.
Okay, that's great. I mean, that actually preempted a follow-on question to that, which is how much process do you show? Are you taking your, yeah, I suppose it depends on the context of the presentation, but how much process is good? I mean, what do people need to know?
Yeah, it's a good question too, because I think, you know, when you talk about the brief, when you talk about insights, at this point, people will say, oh, hold on, actually, this is not quite the right brief. You know, you can then ask them to give you a better brief, or you provide a really good framework for a better brief going forward. And also when you talk about insights and there is a lack of insights, then it also helps the stakeholders to understand the process that's required to actually get there more confidently. And I think also designers are essentially in the business of helping people elsewhere to make more confident decisions, whether that's engineers or people in marketing or product owners. I think, you know, that's one really important bit, I believe, that designers should be mindful of, that the decision making is what they're facilitating, and that can be, you know, very important sometimes.
Okay, brilliant. We have a question from Jason Meza. How do you deal with stakeholders that just want you to cut to the chase, or just can't hold all the context in mind to frame their feedback?
Yes, I've had that numerous times, where people say, okay, you know, I'm short in time here. I think really this is the question of, you know, the first point: know your audience. If you know that someone is like that, then you should really keep it really brief and cut to the chase quickly. But typically, you know, this is point number one: know your audience. If you know that they know very little and they're patient enough to, you know, especially when you're a consultant, you're being paid a lot, they should give you 5 minutes or 10 minutes to outline the steps around, you know, why are you doing this, what are you trying to achieve, before you actually share the design. But yes, yeah, the impatient ones probably require a little bit less time in the beginning, or, you know, they just want to cut to the chase and then want to give you feedback right away. But yeah, knowing your audience, this is really where it all starts.
And relating to that, knowing your audience, do you ever find yourself in situations where you're surprised by who's in a meeting, that you're presenting to somebody who perhaps you didn't expect to be presenting to, especially in like larger, more complex organizations?
Yes, yeah, no, and this is, you know, this is dangerous, and this is why, you know, there are always elements of risk, you know, when presenting. You can't always make sure that you've talked to absolutely everyone. Let's imagine you've talked to 2 people, and then you know what they're expecting, and then you have 20 people in the room. But as long as you have, you know, done your preparation, I think in this moment you are so confident presenting that it will inspire the right response. You know, with the right presentation and with the right experience, the confidence really makes the other people in the room also feel confident about what you're doing.
Okay, that's great. And we have a question from Mo. Do you have any tips on how to convince people to build metrics into the service? Obviously, metrics are important, you know, in terms of, sort of the culture change and getting them to embrace that more. Do you have any tips on that?
Yeah, I think this is a really difficult one, because culture change is incredibly hard. But also I think it requires stakeholders to understand that there is actually a level of objectivity that is part of the design process, right? And this is what user experience is pretty much mostly about, right? Bringing as much objective decision making into the process as possible. So I would really start from Adam and Eve and you know, try to explain to them what the process typically is, and that requires probably a little bit more hand holding. But also it's sometimes a budget question. Some people just don't have budget for expensive analytics tools that give insights into user behavior, or time for research, right? That's very unfortunate, but this is then where the design is slightly degraded into a very subjective, let's make the logo bigger stuff, where you're just tapping in the dark and you think, yeah, I can do that, but this is not based on any insights. This is just based on opinions, and I guess it, at this point, all the effort should go into persuasion and hand-holding and improving the steps, and then perhaps showing good examples of where this was working really well.
Okay, great. I think that's all the questions we've got at the moment. If anyone does have any more questions for Flo, feel free to ask them either in the YouTube chat or on Slack. I'm sure I'll be around to answer those. We'll have a break now for 15 minutes. We'll be starting again at 12 with Cat Husbands talking about imposter syndrome. So hope to see you all then.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you've had a nice little break there. It's moving on now to our next speaker, who is Kat Husbands. Kat's going to be talking about imposter syndrome in user-centered design. She's a researcher with a background in content design and information architecture. She currently works for the Scottish Government's in-house design team, and she also co-hosts the UX Glasgow meetup. So it's a bit of kind of local UX kind of collaboration here, which is, so it's lovely to be able to invite her to talk today. So over to you, Kat.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here. As Stu says, I'm dialing in from Glasgow, where I'm a user researcher for the Scottish Government. As such, as a civil servant, I'm required to tell you that the talk I'm giving today has nothing to do with my role. I'm here as a private individual. I'm going to be sharing with you my findings from a wee survey that I ran and analysed in my own time, because that's my idea of fun. I will be sharing these slides in Slack later if anybody wants to have them, so you don't need to do screenshots or whatever. Today I'm going to be talking about what is imposter syndrome. I'm going to talk about how you might compare to the people that responded to my survey. That's going to be a couple of Slido polls, same as Flo just did in his talk. So if you want to take part in that, get your mobile phone ready or open another browser window for that. And then the main part of the talk is going to be all the tips that we got from the survey respondents on ways to beat imposter syndrome, ways to combat the pain points of that experience. And then there'll be a wee bit of time at the end for questions, which you can post on the YouTube Slack or on YouTube chat or on Slack. So what is imposter syndrome? I think of it as an example of the terrible user experience of the human mind. It is a form of low self-esteem where you doubt your abilities despite your success. You have an inner critic who won't let you internalize your achievements or take any satisfaction from them. So even if people are telling you, all around you, they're telling you how successful you are, how great you are, how much they appreciate your work, you might think that you must have fooled them somehow, and it's only a matter of time before they find you out. It's a lot of fear and anxiety clogging up your brain. It can take up so much brain space that it can hold you back from things, hold you back from being creative, from being curious, from being brilliant. It is an internal experience. It's all in your head. If you find that you're being treated like an imposter, that's a whole different issue. You need to speak to HR. You need to get away from that person. But this internal experience, to me, it sucks all the pleasure out of a job well done. I have struggled with it at times. I'm doing okay right now, but I have struggled with it a lot in the past. It has, in fact, nearly stopped me from taking this secondment that led to my career change into user-centered design. I was offered a secondment. I thought, oh, I couldn't do that. I couldn't possibly. And it took a really good manager saying, you're already doing it, take the secondment. And now here I am. So imposter syndrome nearly stopped me in that. And I think it does stop some other people. If none of those feelings sound familiar to you, then lucky you. This quote is for you. This is from Dr. Valerie Young, who wrote one of the best books about imposter syndrome, The Secret Thoughts of Successful Women. Pretend it just says successful people. It's not specifically about women. It's just people in general. Whether you experience these feelings or not, male or female, if you lead, teach, mentor, manage, or parent other people, you need to understand imposter syndrome. So do you know someone who maybe can't accept praise? They deflect compliments. They maybe perform well, but don't seem like they enjoy their success. Someone that's maybe always down on themselves. It could be that they're experiencing imposter syndrome. So the things that I'm talking about today, if they're not useful to you, you might be able to pass them on to someone else. So time for the first poll. I would like to know if you have experienced imposter syndrome. I'm going to look away at my other screen because that's where the poll sits. I'm still here. Please go to slido.com and enter the code UXBKAT and let me know if you've experienced imposter syndrome, either yourself now or in the past, or if you know someone else who you think has it, or if you're one of the lucky people that's able to tick no. Just while that's going on, I can tell you that an article in the International Journal of Behavioural Science has estimated that 70% of people will experience feelings of imposter syndrome at some point in their life. And in the survey that I carried out, 94% of the respondents said that they have experienced it, or they're having it now, or they've had it in the past. I will point out that that was a survey specifically about imposter syndrome, so people weren't likely to take it if they weren't able to relate to it, but still 94%, wow. And from you guys, it seems 75% of you are experiencing it now, 40 have had it in the past, coming up for about 30 know someone else who's had it, and nobody has ticked no. Whew, amazing. Okay, thank you for that. Our first big takeaway from this talk then is it's not just you. You can do a quick Google search for imposter syndrome famous people, and you'll see dozens and dozens of politicians, scientists, writers, authors, celebrities who experience it. We have a couple of quotes from the survey. Whenever you see speech bubbles like this is the words of the people that answered the survey. So we had someone saying, I opened it up to my colleagues and found that all of them felt exactly the same. We were all comparing ourselves to each other and suffering in silence. That's just a little bit of silence for you there. So yeah, all the quotes in speech bubbles are mostly from members of the UX Glasgow meetup group, which, as Stu mentioned, I'm one of the co-hosts of. This used to be in real life meetup in pubs, if you remember pubs. We'd do little paper sign-in sheets, we'd pass them around. It would all be very, very sweet and adorable. Obviously, since April, we've been doing this instead. Hi, but at least we can still do sign-in sheets using Zoom whiteboard. This is the first one we ever did. It was quite spectacular with dinosaurs and dogs, and yeah, we've been trying to do that as much as we can just to keep the community feel together. So on screen just now are some of the 100 lovely people who filled in my survey and whose experiences and advice I'm going to share with you today. I wanted you to see their faces so you know that there are real people, people like you, behind every data point that we're going to show here. The survey itself was something that I kind of threw together at the last minute to inform a discussion we were having in UX Glasgow for an evening focusing on mental health at the start of this year. It was just 6 questions, quite a short survey, but ended up being a really, really lively discussion. That was a lot of fun. And the range of advice that we got from these people was just fabulous. So I spent some time mucking about with spreadsheets and charts, and I wrote it up into a blog post. Doing that is actually what got me through the long, dark month of February, which was awful up here. And all of it's led to this talk. So here we are today. Now let's look at some of the data from the survey. The people that responded to it, we had which field do you work in, or fields. You can select all that apply. So there's quite a range of things. Probably a bias towards user researchers because I'm a user researcher, and obviously I punted it out on Twitter. So, lots of user researchers that follow me and that I follow will have done the survey. But there was still an interesting mix of different roles and people at different levels in their career as well. We got quite a good spread. A quick disclaimer before we start talking in percentages. This is not statistics. This is, I made no attempt to get a representative sample here. I'm not extrapolating anything. I'm just going to report on what this particular group of 100 people said. That's just my user researcher disclaimer. Thank you. We had one tip from a survey respondent who said that be aware that everyone at every level seems to have imposter syndrome to some degree. And the data from the surveys back this up. As you can see, nobody at all said that they never experienced imposter syndrome. As I say, it was a survey about that, but anyway, it's still pretty telling. A very high percentage of people at mid-level in their career, junior and mid-level in their career, have imposter syndrome right now. Less so at the senior level and director level, but they've still had it in the past. So it's kind of the suggestion that seniority probably doesn't stop us from feeling like we're going to get caught at any minute, but there is maybe some hope that we can learn how to deal with it over time. So another question I asked in the survey is about the 5 types of imposter. We're going to do another poll here. This is something that came up in my reading. Dr. Valerie Young, the author of the book that I mentioned earlier on, she came up with these 5 types. They describe our perceptions of ourselves and our expectations of ourselves. They're not how we want other people to see us. They're what our terrible UX minds think that we should actually be. So if you have a read through them here and let me know in the poll again what type of imposter you think you might be, or combination of them. The perfectionist, you set impossibly high standards for yourself and beat yourself up when you don't reach them. That's me. The expert, you expect to know everything and feel ashamed when you don't. That used to be me, but I've broken that one. I'll tell you how later. The soloist, you believe that work should be accomplished alone and refuse to take credit if you received any kind of help. The natural genius, you feel everything must be handled with ease, otherwise it's not natural talent. And the superhero, you tell yourself you should be able to excel at every role you take on in your life. I was a bit like that when I was younger, but thankfully that went away. Let's have a wee look at the results here. Okay, we have a lot of experts, perfectionists, we have superheroes, about a third, natural genius, and soloist a bit lower. Okay, I'll give that a couple more seconds for it to settle. Just remember, this is the way you think about yourself and what you think you should actually be. Cool. That's actually looking very similar to the survey. That's really interesting. I'm going to close that one now, so thank you. The imposter types that the respondents in the survey identified with the most were perfectionist and expert, with quite a strong showing of superheroes as well. The low number of soloists I quite like to see, and it happened again in the poll just there. I think that actually fits really nicely with the idea of user-centered design being a team sport. So even if we believe that we have to be perfect and experts, we don't think that we have to do everything alone. We know that we're meant to work together. That makes me smile. This was a multiple choice question when I did it in the survey as well. So here's a quick idea of the overlaps that we had between different types. I also did a breakdown, which I'm not going to have time to show, but I will share later on, of the types by field. So in which field do the types have prominence? So for example, we found that service designers identified as natural geniuses a lot more than the average. Product designers identified as perfectionists a lot more than the average. A couple more things like that, quite interesting. But yeah, that'll be available later in the data that I'm going to share on Slack. So that's enough data. Let's get to the good stuff. The tips on how to beat imposter syndrome. 43 out of 100 people had tips that they wanted to give. Many of the tips apply sort of to mental health in general, to resilience in general. So while I'm going to list them all on the screen, I'm only going to talk about the ones that I think are the most relevant to the specific pain points of imposter syndrome. We broke these tips down into 4 themes, starting with recognize it in the first place. 23 people had advice on this. Obviously, you need to learn about it. You're at this talk, well done, you're learning about it. Talking about your feelings is just a huge, huge benefit with any kind of mental health problem. It helps you to pick them apart and to recognize that they're not unusual. The key one in this theme is to accept and forgive yourself. So as with any mental health problem, once you know what is going on, you must treat yourself gently. Imposter syndrome is your inner critic beating you up. And the only thing worse than beating yourself up is beating yourself up for beating yourself up. So don't go, oh no, I'm stupid, I've got imposter syndrome. Nah, you need to be self-compassionate. You need to develop your honesty and self-acceptance and learn to forgive yourself. You can talk to yourself as a friend would. You can recognize that the pressure you're putting yourself is ridiculous and so on. So that's the first one there. Let's move on to the theme of dealing with it in the moment. 16 people had tips here. The mention of a kind of methods that might form your self-care toolkit, things like breathing exercises, grounding exercises, self-talk that you can use when you're in the moment of experiencing imposter syndrome and finding it shutting you down or freezing you up. If you don't yet have a self-care toolkit, you'll find a million suggestions online, especially since COVID. I suggest you just see what's around, try something out, start small, iterate, see what works. My personal tip for this is meditation, mindful meditation. Do it regularly so that it helps you get used to stepping back from your thoughts and feelings, so that when your inner critic does start up, you can catch yourself quickly and stop the downward spiral, step away from it, see what's triggering it, move away. Anyway, the most important part in dealing with it in the moment is about confessing your weaknesses. A couple of people had things to say about this. This one's especially, I think, valuable if you're an expert or a superhero imposter type. Letting yourself be vulnerable, however uncomfortable it feels, and be honest about what you do and don't know. Not only does it build other people's trust in you, it helps you to build your own understanding of what other people expect from you, which is likely to be more realistic than your own expectations of yourself. The final point here was the good old feel the fear and do it anyway. There was actually a nice quote along those lines: avoid the rabbit in headlights hiatus by just starting to do it. Break the fear of self-doubt. That's a good one. I'm going to come on to dealing with it in the medium term. 33 people had tips on this one. We had various ways that you can develop a habit of conscious self-reflection, journaling, personal retro, ways to develop your self-awareness. Again, it helps you build your resilience. Finding a supportive team, that's kind of self-explanatory. Obviously, if you work alone or with an unsupportive team, you're more likely to feel feelings of imposter syndrome, from my personal experience. The really good one in here is about asking for feedback, especially if you're a perfectionist. Externalize your focus, put the focus onto your work instead of your abilities, and ask your colleagues what they think. Ask what they think you should stop, start, and continue doing. Again, the kind of personal retro kind of format. Get it out of your head. Start to look at other people's expectations rather than your own. Also, in dealing with it medium term, is focusing on the positive. I think this is great for all the different imposter types. If you've ever had some sort of particularly positive feedback, save it somewhere, go back to it often. I had an old boss who called this kind of thing herograms. There's no connection to the superhero imposter type, it's just herograms as a cool word. So I've now got a herogram folder in my Outlook where I stash away emails where people have said nice things about me, and I can go back and look at it when I'm feeling glum. Send herograms too. Tell people that you appreciate their work. It's such a valuable thing that you can give to other people. To remind yourself that no one sees you the way that you see yourself. And there was actually a tip that it's great to remind yourself what you've done. Updating your CV is a great hack for this and useful to do anyway. Excuse me, I'm going to have another swig. The next one in the dealing with imposter syndrome in the medium term is to think about ways that you can turn your weaknesses into strengths. I think you need to be quite cautious with this one so that you don't end up justifying your inner critic. But it's kind of worth thinking that maybe the imposter types are good things taken to extremes. So maybe you can dial it back and come up with a strength. For example, it's good to hold yourself to high standards, but perfectionism is obviously a step too far. It's good to be kind of T-shaped, to have a broad skill set, like a kind of a superhero, with one or two areas of expertise, but recognize that no one can know everything, no one can do everything. Be realistic. And overall, it's possibly better to be humble than arrogant in your work. You're going to be more open to growth and to learning if you're at least a little humble. Going to come on to beating imposter syndrome for good. I've put a question mark here because who knows? I'm not going to promise anything. It could still come back. But with all these tips and so on, we've got ways that you can be ready for it, ways for you to minimize its impact. So 12 people spoke about ways you can beat imposter syndrome for good, or things that have worked for them. The discussion that we had was kind of looking at how some mental health problems are caused by chemical balances or external stresses, whereas others, like imposter syndrome and different forms of anxiety, these are caused by having faulty core beliefs right in your core. So this is like the basic programming of our minds, our beliefs about ourselves and about the world that we hold deeply in our subconscious. We're maybe not even aware of it. These core beliefs, they develop early in our lives or early in our careers based on how we're treated, what we see happening around us, the influence of people who make a strong impression of us, and so on. So a core belief, a subconsciously held core belief might be, I'm only valuable if I'm perfect, or if I need help, I'm a failure. So the key is to dig out and change those core beliefs. Depending on how each one was formed and how long you've held it, this could take quite a lot of hard work in therapy. I would recommend going for MVP here, minimum viable psychotherapy, starting with kind of self-work, inner critic worksheets. You might have an informal counselling service at your work or even a formal one. There's obviously cognitive behavioural therapy, which is where you kind of use logic and rationale to challenge your emotions and challenge your assumptions. And acceptance and commitment therapy is one that I've recently found out about and would very much like to try, which is more kind of mindful and based on defining your values and making sure that you have ways to live by your values and not by maybe your faulty core beliefs. So yeah, there's potentially a lot of work there. Or you could get really lucky and just realize that you had the wrong idea about something and update that idea. I mentioned earlier that I used to be the expert imposter type, but in 2017, this single image cured me of that by updating my belief about how knowledge works within teams. I used to think everyone else knows everything. I only know a little bit. I need to know everything. Obviously, that's not the case. Within a team, you have people that know different things. It all kind of shares about and evens out. And that was just a very simple fix to that one. So I no longer have the expert imposter type. But you do need to be open to having your mind changed when you see something like this. If you're open to it, then that's a great start in improving the UX of your mind. I'm going to come on to another thing under beating imposter syndrome for good is to learn to accept praise. I was delighted when this one came up in the survey because it's something that I have very consciously taught myself to do, even though it's not very Scottish or perhaps even not very British to do. I'm writing a blog post about this, which I will post in the Slack group and on the Twitter later. But in the meantime, it boils down to at beginner level, receive a compliment to say thank you. Don't say, oh, well, it wasn't really me, it was someone else. Oh, well, it wasn't that good. Just say thank you. Intermediate level is thank you. I'm glad that the work that I did has been valuable to you and that you appreciate it. You echo back the details of the praise, even if you don't possibly believe them, you can kind of fake it until you feel it, perhaps. And at advanced level is thank you. Could you put that in writing, please? Build up your collection of herograms. You could get LinkedIn recommendations, that kind of thing. That's quite advanced technique. I rarely manage that one, but I'd like to try. The very last thing I'm going to talk to you about here is this awesome idea of choosing to fail. Consciously deciding to be bad at something and embrace it. This is the thing that got the most chat at UX Glasgow. It was a brilliant one. It kind of speaks to the agile way of working as well, that you can iterate, you can see your work as experiments and know that not everything is going to work, but it's interesting to learn why. Try something and fix something is better than getting paralyzed by overthinking or overplanning. I absolutely love this idea. And on thinking about it, I realized that without meaning to, I have chosen to fail at cake decorating. I love baking. I'm quite good at making things that taste good, but I absolutely no skill at all in making things look good. And I've decided to just embrace that. I'm fine with it. I'm going to keep making ugly, ugly cakes and enjoy eating them. So that is me choosing to fail. And here is our last poll. We've got maybe 10 things listed there that I think were the best tips specifically about beating imposter syndrome. So have a quick read through. Let me know which ones you think you might be able to try. Obviously, all the general tips for mental health and resilience and well-being also count, but I think these are the key ones for imposter syndrome. So let's see what you're thinking in the poll. Choose to fail. It's great fun. I've actually set up a Slack channel for imposter syndrome, so perhaps later on we can meet in there, talk about ways that we can choose to fail, talk about our experiences of imposter syndrome. I think it's a really valuable thing to talk about and share with other people. So maybe I'll see you in Slack later on. And thank you for listening. This is great. I think I'm going to close the poll. I'm running out of time here, but thank you very much for taking part. Before I share the slides, I'm going to capture the actual results of the poll to chuck in there so that you can see that when you're looking back. But whatever you are going to try, start small, review and iterate, see what works for you. Do use centered design to it. So that's the end of my talk. That was my offering from UX Glasgow to UX Bristol with love. And if this talk has maybe given you the idea that you might have imposter syndrome and you didn't know that before, please be kind to yourself, show self-compassion, and you'll be good. I think that's me. Any questions?
Oh, I'm just well, first of all, thanks so much, Kat. That's a fantastic talk, and I think lots for all of us watching to think about, and think about how we can address some of those issues. Just brilliant stuff. We do have some questions that have come in. So Jay Spanton got in there very early this morning with a question, and he asked, is there a big difference in imposter feelings between self-taught UCD folks and those who've formally qualified, who maybe have degrees, PhDs, masters or so on? Or did you have any evidence from that, from your discussions and research before?
I actually don't. I think that was a really good question that he's asked in Slack. I saw that earlier on. That's not a question I asked in the survey, and I really wish it had been. So maybe that's something we can talk about in the Slack channel this afternoon.
Well,
I'll certainly look out for in discussions in the future.
Well, it certainly resonated with me as from an academic background, moving to a different discipline, doing user-centered design. I would say that I'm less confident in speaking about what I know about compared to the formal qualifications. So that's sort of anecdotal evidence, but I think there may be something in there. It'd be interesting to find out more.
Totally. Yep.
Brilliant. Another question here from James. I mean, I guess it's kind of teasing it apart in terms of, do you have a sense of any other dimension about kind of public or private sector? What are the things? I don't know if you've done any of this kind of breaking it down.
Again, that's a question that I'd love to ask if I decide to do this survey again, which I'm feeling more and more inclined to do. From my personal experience, I find that people in the private sector tend to be more self-confident. I generally worked in the public sector and experienced a lot of imposter syndrome all around in all different types of teams. But then when I've worked with people in the public sector, private sector, maybe they're just better at coming across as confident. I don't know. But yeah, again, that's something I'd be really interested to find out more about myself.
Yeah, do you think the culture in the public sector is maybe more open to allowing people to be more kind of vulnerable about their feelings and concerns than in the private sector? And it's kind of very broad generalizations, but again, there's a massive research project here, isn't there?
It really is, yeah. And I think I'm going to have to take it on.
Fantastic. Are there any resources, mental health resources that you could share with us, perhaps in Slack, that will be useful for people if they want to take this further?
Absolutely, yeah. I've got a whole bunch of links that I had on the final slide there, which I'll chuck into the Slack, and then a couple of more articles and stuff that have been really useful to me. The best one is a kind of flow chart that resume.io produced, which helps you to identify your imposter type, and then it has type-specific tips at the bottom. So I'm definitely going to link to that. That'll be a good one. There's also some really good podcasts that I've listened to as well. Squiggly Careers, their podcast on imposter syndrome was excellent. And yeah, I've got some links to some very good self-help resources specifically about how to combat your inner critic. So that's a good one.
Fantastic. And another question around COVID. Obviously, COVID has had a massive impact on mental health. Have you any sense of whether that feeds into imposter syndrome, or is it just more of a kind of a broad brush of potential doom and gloom?
That's a hell of a broad brush, yeah. I mean, I can only talk about my personal experience of people I know, but certainly a lot of the younger members of UX Glasgow. It was one of our youngest members who actually requested that we do an event on mental health and specifically imposter syndrome, and that was suggested in December, and we did it in January. And I think there's certainly a lot of extra struggle for people who are trying to break into UX or trying to just get their career off the ground in the first place. That everything's remote, everything's working from home. You're not able to quickly go out and go and network and meet people. Yeah, I do think COVID has had an impact on that, certainly.
Yeah, and just kind of final sort of area for discussion. just thinking about how imposter syndrome applies specifically to design. So I think there's some things which are unique to design, which is, first of all, design constraints are something that are fundamental to design. You don't get this infinite amount of time or resource to do anything. You may be on very short budgets, you need to get it done quickly and so on. So there's always compromise in terms of doing design. So my first question would be, can that feed into imposter syndrome? And the second, on the flip side of that, also as designers, our job largely is to admit that we don't know the answer, and we're on this kind of journey of discovery, of iteration, of research to find out what we do. So is that actually a foundation which we can place imposter syndrome and frame it in terms of, we don't know the answers, we're here to find out, and this kind of journey of exploration.
That's an awesome way of thinking about it. Yeah, that's really great. I do think it's very interesting that both in my survey and in the poll that we just did, by far the most common imposter type to the perfectionist and the expert, when, yeah, exactly as you're saying, the constraints that we're working on mean that we're admitting we don't know things, mean that we're having to compromise, and we can never make anything perfect. There's no such thing as perfect. So how come people with that type of mindset are attracted to this type of field? I don't know. It's fascinating. But yeah, I think there is a difference between embracing the discovery phase of design, where you don't know and you're building your knowledge, with having confidence in yourself to do that, and the techniques and methods that you're going to use to do that. So there's probably the separation between the work itself and the way you do the work. Mm-hmm. So you can feel like an imposter in the way in which I am working to show that I don't know anything. I'm doing that wrong. Yeah, there's layers and layers to it, but yeah, I love that way of thinking about it.
Okay, brilliant. Well, we'll draw to a close there, but thanks ever so much, Kat. That's fantastic stuff. And we're going to have a break now. Time for some lunch. We're going to start again at 2 o'clock with Tom Ridley. So look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks very much. Oh, and Kat will obviously carry on answering some questions in the chat if you have any.
Yeah, I'm going to go grab a quick bit for lunch, and then I'll see you in Slack.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi everyone, welcome back to UX Bristol. I hope you enjoyed this morning's sessions. If you've been able to join us, we've had some absolutely fantastic talks. Really happy to welcome Tom Ridley for our next talk this afternoon. Hi Tom, thanks for joining us. Tom's a UX practitioner, sound designer, artist and musician who spent the last 8 years crafting experiences for physical and digital products, as well as for gallery, headphone and stage. He was a formative member of the products experience team at Dyson and now leads a digital product design team at the music tech scale-up called Pirate.com here in Bristol. And in this talk, Beyond the Beeps Designing with Sound, Tom's going to demystify the field of product sound and provide some fundamental principles, ideas and techniques such that any of us design practitioners without a shred of musical ability, that's definitely me, could begin to explore product sound and put it to test. So looking forward to it. Thanks, Tom. And over to you, Kirsty, to play the video.
Hi everyone, my name's Tom. I am primarily a UX designer, but have all spent almost all of my adult life in and around music and composition, production, a little bit of film. And over the last few years, these worlds have collided more and more often, and I've been asked to design sounds and sonic experiences to augment or solve problems during user journeys using products or services. And so the aim of this talk, it's going to be a whistle-stop tour, but hopefully it'll demystify a little bit the field of sound design in the context of products and services, present some ideas which might allow you to have a go at certainly the UX side of sound and using sound as a feedback mechanism or as a means of communicating or conveying information to users, and give you some tools which might give you a starting point. So, beep. I looked up the definition: a short, high-pitched sound emitted by electronic equipment or a vehicle horn. Now, here's some beeps. I think that's one of the earliest examples of using sound as a kind of essentially UX or a user interface mechanism. That's an answering machine. That's my microwave. And it does that when it's finished. And then perhaps in the context of slightly more modern products, you might have Bluetooth speakers that do something like this. But then there are more, perhaps even more glossy or modern product experiences that don't quite fit the definition of beep. That's actually one of the early sounds from AOL Instant Messenger in the 90s. I'm sure you guys all know what that is. If you've ever sat next to an iPhone user on the train, you might have been driven insane by this, or heard that. If anyone has AirPods made by Apple as well, they have some of the loveliest sounds. They were really hard to record, but I did manage to get my recorder in there, and they sound like that, or like that when they run out of battery. Excuse me, that was that one again. For those of you who subscribe to BBC News, you might get a sense of dread like I do whenever that happens. Oh God, what's happened? Or for those of you who grew up like I did in the mid-2000s, that was probably every evening after school on MSN Messenger. Facebook. I'm sure every designer knows what this is, as well as this. And some of you might even remember Windows 95. I just remember it. And then lastly, don't do that. We've all been inside with our own thoughts for the last year or so, and I'm sure have turned to this for a bit of comfort, which is of course Netflix. So my work today, I work for a company called Pirate.com. It's actually I lead a digital design team. I don't design sounds for them at all, but I'm enjoying it very much. But my sound design journey actually started when I was at Dyson. I went through engineering into the MPI team and then ended up in design and product experience, where we kind of define the usability and user experience journeys that so many millions of people enjoy today. And when the Dyson Corral hair straightener project kicked off, someone said, "Tom, you should probably go and have a listen to that, because you're into music, aren't you?" And not unreasonably, a quite primitive sort of 5-volt school science kit buzzer had been put into the product, and it was making some sounds, as most hair straighteners do. And the design manager at the time said, if you think you can do better, go ahead and do it. And that started a rabbit hole of a couple of years, actually, amongst other things, understanding, what levers I could pull with sound, which we'll talk about in a minute, in order to effectively convey information to users of a hair straightener and consider where they are, where the product is, what the product's doing, and what else is happening to users. So here's some of the sounds that we designed ultimately for the Dyson Corral. I don't have the original files. They stayed on my laptop when I left, but I did manage to find these online, so the quality is not too great. So when the product turns on, it does that, just to let you know you've completed the button combination to turn the product on. And when it gets hot, it does that. If the battery gets low, and then if it runs out, if you leave it on for too long, if you lock it without turning it off, if you charge it, a bit like a phone that goes when you plug it in, it does that. And then lastly, if there's a problem, and they were tested to death, as well as incredible amount of revisions just sort of creatively to get the right aesthetic that kind of matched the marketing materials and the kind of feel of the campaign for our hair care range. And that was the first project that I completed. And then I was dragged onto the electric car project, which unfortunately, never saw the light of day. But what was fascinating there was, as well as the internal sounds, I was tasked with defining and designing the driving sound, so the sort of synthetic engine noise that, as of 2018, became compulsory for all electric vehicles in Europe. And that's a live system. As you put your foot down, as you turn corners and change gears, the sound responds accordingly. And the question, of course, is, well, what does an electric car sound like? And the intention, of course, is so that you don't hit pedestrians, and so that people hear the vehicle coming, because they're so quiet. But in which case, you need it to sound like a vehicle, and to some extent dangerous, and that perhaps, or I was of the opinion that we needed to drag in the kind of essence of a combustion engine to say this is a vehicle and this is moving quickly. But also, we didn't want to record an engine and play that back. We wanted to have something that sounded modern and futuristic and electric, and also like the enormous vehicle, an SUV that this car was. So that was, and also there was so much legislation, where automotive is racked with legislation, not unreasonably, right? But that was an incredible, there were so many factors in tension there. I learned a lot doing that project as well. And unfortunately, I'm not able to play you any of those sounds. So, and then lastly, there's many other projects that I've worked on over the last couple of years for various companies, either in a consulting role or in-house, which haven't seen the light of day yet. So I'm not able to share those either, but hopefully there'll be some cool stuff coming soon. Here's a nice little thought. This was catalyzed by a guy called Tom Saunders, who's a friend of a friend. He works at Torchbox, and we had a little chat on LinkedIn, and I said, hey, there was something you said a while ago that that sort of left a seed in my head, and can we talk about it? Now, I haven't quoted Tom here because I don't know if he quite stands by it. We had a debate, but I thought it was a nice idea anyway. And that is that designers don't need to know which design is right. Our job is to create concepts and materials to put to test. Trust the process. And I think particularly in the context of me encouraging you as maybe a non-musician to have a go with sound, I think this is really important to remember that you don't need to know which is right. Here's some tools and ideas about, how you might apply sound or the use of sound, and then go test it. So some principles for designing with sound. So I'm going to be light on the UX stuff. You guys know it, but when mapping out a journey, think about where the little moments might solve problems, or where little interventions might delight users or influence their behavior and make sure that they do the thing that you need them to do. And I'm not actually an advocate for more sound. I'm an advocate for good sound and appropriate use of sound. So think about what those multisensory inputs might be that visual, be that haptic, be that audible, whatever else. I don't know how to design a taste interface, but please tell me if you do. And here's some further UX considerations that you might want to think about. So what is the aim of the intervention. Does the user need to take action? And you might want to think, are they even able to do it right now? Is it urgent or safety critical? In which case you need to make sure that they know that and they do take that action quickly. Is the product maybe just showing off how clever it is? In which case that's fine, but maybe we should be respectful and a little bit sparing in how often we use that. Is it to reinforce a brand? That's also fine. I mean, you can perhaps do that through just the aesthetic qualities ultimately of the sounds anyway, but there is definitely a case for sort of experiential stuff, which could be really delightful. And is it just for fun? And that's okay too, but it's important to know what the aim of the intervention is and what you're trying to get from it. Context. As I said, it's important to consider the user's multi-sensory experience. So what else is happening? What are they doing? Does the product already have their attention? And what else is the product doing? Is it emitting other sensory cues, light, sound, smell? Because maybe they give enough information. What you don't want to do is overload. There's a sound, there's a smell, and there's a visual display. That's probably too much. I think sounds are particularly good at catching it or gathering attention or demanding attention when maybe the product doesn't already have the user's attention. Where is the user? Are they outside? Is it noisy? Lots of people genuinely have asked me, why doesn't the Dyson vacuum cleaner make sounds? Because it's making loads of sound. It just doesn't work. Seems obvious, but perhaps isn't. Where is the product in relation to the user? Is it in their hand? Is it over there? Is it in the other room? Because that's going to perhaps influence the type of sound you make, when you make a sound, how often you make a sound, how loud it is, all kinds of things. And how much context has the user had? And that's so important, which my next slide will attest to, actually. You can't expect sounds to work too hard. Context is everything. Sounds are really good at, based on what's happening now, what you've either asked me to do, what you know that I'm doing, what you expect me to do, has something good or bad happened within that context. If you ask me to make coffee, the coffee is done or it is not done. If you ask me to clean the floor, I cleaned the floor, well done me, or I had a problem, can you help? If you just make a sound without that context, it may not mean much other than oi over here. It's also quite easy to express urgency. You can make something sound pretty scary or pretty chilled. And also you can use real world sounds, skeuomorphism if you will, to drag in context. So in a moment we'll talk a bit about a coffee maker and how you could conceivably imagine how water sounds. If I said imagine water, you can go, yeah, kind of got it. That might be powerful. But if I said imagine how batteries sound, a bit harder. So where possible, dragging in real world skeuomorphic or reference points can be helpful, but is not always possible, particularly with modern technologies that are quite abstract in their nature. Lastly, what's the spread of good to bad? Because what you don't want to do is get X months through a project and then another problem comes up, it might catch fire. Well, I've already gone 100% on all my sounds. I've got no more severity to convey. So it is important to map out really comprehensively and exhaustively, all of the things that you might need to convey such that you can correctly space them from good to bad and maybe leave a little bit of headroom either way. I mean, you don't want people to think that there's that the house is burning down anyway, but still there's often something that comes up in my experience. Now, talking about the coffee machine idea, this is just really an example to frame a couple of ideas. Let's imagine that there's a smart coffee machine that we're working on. It learns when you drink coffee. It knows when you've got meetings, so it makes more coffee. It orders consumables and replaces them for you, which would be really cool. I wish mine did that. And it alerts you when there's a problem and if it needs maintenance. Well, if we spread out those potential, sounds, coffee's ready, great. Maybe there's been a minor problem. I couldn't make coffee this time, but next time I will. No worry. You don't have to do anything. Just know that, sorry, I didn't make coffee. There's been a problem that you need to fix. Otherwise, coffee shortage, big deal, particularly for designers. And there's been a serious problem. You need to get involved. But then maybe there's some slightly softer, more experiential things that we might want to convey. So maybe we want to say good morning when they get into the office. If it knows, perhaps it's connected and it knows your location or with geofencing and it goes, morning, you're here and I'm about to make coffee. So cool. I bet you're glad you bought me. You might want to say, this is a bit nerdy, sorry, water quality is poor today. You should consider adding more softener. Now that's maybe not urgent, it doesn't prevent coffee from happening, but it's sort of a nice little thing. And maybe you just want to say that, what a great job I've done. More beans are on the way, and you've got 3 coffee breaks remaining. And we'll talk a little bit more about those in a moment. So the levers of sound that I mentioned, this is hopefully enlightening for non-musical people, and hopefully an interesting deconstruction for those of you who are familiar with music, or the building blocks of music. So these, in the context of sound design at least, are kind of the 4 things that I think are the main parameters that you might want to think about. Excuse me. Pace and rhythm. So pace being, if you imagine the core grid of graph paper on which you place musical events, there is a constant underlying tempo, and if you put things on the grid lines, they occur at equidistant moments. You could consider the core tempo of all of your sounds, if they're rhythmic, which they probably will be, and rhythm being actually how you space those things. So are they straight on the lines, or is there some fluctuation? This will become clear in a moment. And that can help to convey urgency, mood. Strength is also important, and by that I mean if you imagine hitting a piano key really hard or hitting it gently, similar with a guitar or a drum, there's more than just loudness going on there. There's some timbral shifts that happen when you strike something really hard, and you can quite easily simulate some of those things in software to affect how a sound feels. And if you think of it in context of language, the word design, it's strong, weak, weak, strong, design. If you go design, feels a bit weird. No one goes UX design. And actually, that kind of intonation is important in sounds too, but it's not. It's quite intuitive and human if you can understand language. So I don't think that's particularly musical. It's just a thing of sound, right? Pitch, obvious, but deliberately third in the list. I think that's less important than the other things. And then lastly, timbre. And all of these things aid comprehension and or brand perception, but really as UXers, I'm concerned with this, and I'm encouraging you to be concerned with this too. Pace and rhythm, strength, and pitch will aid comprehension. The timbre and the brand perception are more tightly linked, and maybe you don't need to worry about that until you're making final assets. Maybe you hire someone for that or whatever, but you can do all the thinking that underpins it and validate the use of sound on your own, I hope. So, pace and rhythm. Straight musical events on those grid lines that I described. If you halve that, there is a musical event every other grid line, and that a little bit less urgent than that. If we then think about strength, that implies more of an echo, perhaps. If you start to put things, not quite on the grid and move them around a bit, you get quite a sort of bouncy, galloping feel. And if you do this, you get just quite a subtle, sort of da-da, but of equal strength, 1, 2. Now, if you modulate the strength of those, strong, weak, like design, weak, strong, you get a different mood again. 3, different again, and something different again. Now, we could speculate about what those might mean, but hopefully they sort of felt different to you. Now, if we think about pitch, we'll take the last 3. So that becomes something quite positive has happened. If we descend the pitch, sounds like something might have finished, perhaps, and perhaps becomes, which in context maybe sounds like there's been a problem. And there's our 3 families of sounds. Now, if we think about the timbre and brand perception piece, you might start to change those sounds a little bit to suit the mood or the aesthetic, if you will, of a product or a service, be that your UI or your industrial design or your car or whatever it is. And you might get, might become, and might become. So now they're based on a clarinet with some nerdy stuff going on the computer, but you know, they have a slightly more elegant feel. I did them quite quickly, but you know, they could work. If we try and drag those ideas into the context of the coffee machine, well, here's all of the sounds that we talked about. Here is coffee ready. Nice. That sounds positive to me. I couldn't make coffee this time, but next time I will. Like negative, but not the end of the world, right? Like it's like, sorry. And there's a sort of language thing there again, right? Dragging a little bit of intonation in from speech. Now, whether that works internationally, that perhaps that's a westernization, so it's perhaps worth thinking about whether, you know, the reference points that as British people or people working in the UK, whether the ones that are meaningful to us might not be meaningful to everyone, so that's really important to test always. And let's try another one. There's been a problem. Fix soon to avoid coffee shortage. Okay, that's just dun dun dun, fine. And a serious problem, right. Now I've done a bit of music theory there. I've done a second interval, which is quite atonal, to express a severe problem. But you know, you'd probably get that if you were just fiddling about. Good morning. Now it's not fully positive like this, but it's like, you know, hopefully a sort of rising, like, positive feeling. You know, coffee's on. And then the last two, I wanted to make the point that they're similar in that they're both sort of just info. Here's the thing, and frankly, you know, you obviously can't convey the quality of water. Well, you could try, but you might have a hard time conveying water quality or I've ordered beans through some sounds. But you might want to get the user's attention in an office and have them come over to the machine, and you might display a message to say, I've done a clever thing. In which case, for these kinds of things, I usually recommend, or in my experience, it's been helpful to have a single sound that becomes recognizable as some interesting info for you to look at, and then you can change what info that is. So in this case, maybe it's that. Now that's not fully sort of bright and positive like that, but it's a bit more like, you know, almost sounds like maybe the announcement on a train is about to happen or something. And they're all using that same clarinet sound, which is, you know, just a little bit gentler than, which, by the way, whilst I was making this demo, I realized sounds the same as, so I'm dangerously close to synth pop there. Easy tools for making sounds. So voice memos on your phone is absolutely incredible. The quality of the mics on these things is surprisingly good. In a pinch, you could even, you know, get away with recording things on phones and putting them into production. Like, they sound really good. Also, just in terms of digital tools for iOS devices specifically, I'm afraid I don't know about Android. Figure is a really good one. You can make lots of sounds. It's designed for kind of making silly dance music, but there's actually some quite good sounds in there with some quite easy and intuitive, like, control. Sampler is a bit like voice memos on steroids. You can pitch the sounds, shorten them, lengthen them, loop them, make, you know, reverb, delay. You could literally design all the sounds for a product with a nice little source recording of, like, you know, hitting a glass and then punching around on there. Honestly, it's so good. And then Animoog is a really fun touch synthesizer, which is just worth a go. I think it is a bit expensive. It might be 25 quid or something, but it's cool. On the Mac, GarageBand is usually free and is incredibly powerful. It's a little bit more involved. I'd recommend starting with a simple touch thing if you're not familiar with music, but if you are, then get into GarageBand. It's really easy to use. I use Ableton Live. Reaper is similar, but is also free. In terms of if you are already in the Mac environment, Spitfire Audio, who are actually some friends of mine, make an incredible free series of instruments, software instruments called Labs. Everything, drums, guitar, dulcimer, djembe, textures from the London Underground, piano. Like, honestly, it's so comprehensive. Again, if you can't find an appropriate sound in there, you must be doing something very niche, because it's all there and it's all free. So recommend that very much. And then lastly, Pure Data, which is for the nerds amongst you, and particularly those of you who work in video and might be familiar with Nuke. It's a kind of visual programming environment where you can set up, you can say, play a musical event at this frequency for this duration, then delay a few seconds and then do another one. You can do all kinds of logic operations on both sound and sort of data flow, and it's a really interesting, nerdy but kind of slightly more codey or logic based system for creating sonic events, and if you have the energy and appetite for it, you can again do almost anything you can possibly imagine in there. And that is all we've got time for, but I suppose my final message is just remember that sound is just wiggly air. You know, music theory and musical instruments are invented by humans to describe frequency relationships, and we all understand language and those kind of intuitive sonic things that we all experience every day. So you are absolutely qualified, if you want to start making some sounds, start testing them on people, and see if it can improve your product and service user journeys. And that's it. My name is Tom Ridley. I made a very quick website where you can see some of the things I've done. There's also a contact form there, or a contact button. And if you've got any questions, seriously, or like, hey, I made this, do you think it's any good? I'd love to hear from you. That would be sweet. And that's it. So I'll be hanging around for some Q&A after this if you have any questions. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks very much, Tom. That was absolutely brilliant, and I really appreciate all the time and effort you must have put into that talk. That was absolutely incredible, very thought-provoking. I've got some questions, if that's all right, from various attendees. First one's from Nick. I think this is in relation to the hair straightener. I never imagined the hair straightener would have that many sounds associated with it. It's amazing. But the question was, did all the kind of sounds have like a visual or like a haptic equivalent as well to kind of convey that message?
Good question. No, that product didn't do any haptics, and most of the sounds occurred when you might not be holding a hair straightener, because it took time to heat up, right? Just any product like that. They were usually alerting, you know, when it's out of your hand and perhaps on the other side of the room that something's happened. There was a visual display. There was an OLED designed by my good friend Leanne, which had visual cues when you were using it, but they did accompany the low battery sounds. There's a little blinking animation, but everything else was sort of for when you're not interacting with it.
Right, brilliant, thank you. A question from Majara. How do you test sounds in terms of how they're perceived by people? Do you play them to people to see whether they respond to them in the way you intended? Like, how does that bit work?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose much the same, excuse me, as like any kind of digital prototype testing. We did tend to do more in person, because when I was at Dyson, at least, we were working broadly in the realms of a physical product. So we were, you know, conducting interviews in facilities. But yeah, we would provide them with context, and as I said, that turned out to be really important. When we tested sounds in the absence of context, you know, this thing has done this noise, what do you think it means? It obviously wasn't very meaningful. And like I said, you know, the positivity or negativity or urgency maybe would come through, but maybe exactly what was wrong wouldn't work. But with context, for example, you know, they've just turned a hair straightener on. The positive sound would probably mean, okay, it's ready to use. So it would be much the same as providing stimulus to any test participant in digital design.
Right, and it was really interesting. The diagram you showed where you were trying to almost like second guess where sound might be useful. Does it start from? Do you decide that first, or do you somehow map what people are doing to kind of understand where they need a bit of a helping hand? Like, which way does that go round?
Definitely the latter.
Right.
I can't think of an example other than perhaps a fancy engine sound, like startup sound in the automotive project, where we said that a sound is going to happen here. It was all about, you know, designing a useful product or journey or service for someone, have them use it and see where there were problems which we maybe couldn't fix with a visual solution or a haptic one if they're not touching it, and therefore sound became the obvious solution.
Brilliant. And it's interesting you were talking about the kind of sort of aspects of internationalization and how sound's perceived in different places. And actually just thinking about Chui Chui's great talk this morning about kind of cultural differences and things. I mean, how do you work around that? Is that just something you have to test, or is there, you know, how does that happen?
Yeah, it's something that we tested, and you know, Asia was one of the lead markets for the hair care projects. I mean, in fact, for all Dyson products, you know, huge market over there. So I spent a bit of time in Shanghai and in Singapore testing with as many diverse user groups as we could, and we did run into some problems where you know, certain reference points that we were relying on didn't translate. So we had to make something a bit more universal. And sometimes, you know, you might try and do something that feels subtle or a bit clever, and that doesn't translate so well. You do often have to be a little more simplistic and clear with the communication.
And are there any kind of standards? Another question from Nick, actually. Are there any standards for designing sound cues? Like, you know, what is there anything you can follow or people can follow to understand that, you know, if you're going to design an error sound, for example, here's what you should do, you shouldn't do. Is there anything that people could turn to?
My understanding is that it's industry specific. So certainly in automotive, certain sounds which are considered safety critical. For example, if you're, you know, I'm sure the guys at Tesla designing their autonomous driving stuff will be racked with legislation around when, you know, driver takeover noises that will probably have been defined elsewhere, and also have to be a certain loudness and a certain frequency in order to make sure that someone with 5th percentile hearing gets it, or whatever it is. And similarly with that external driving sound that I mentioned, there was some both frequency content requirements. So it had to hit a certain range from bass to treble, if you will, and also have them at a certain number of decibels at 1 meter from the vehicle. And actually, I have been surprised. The Jaguar I-Pace is quite a common-ish example of an electric car that definitely does make a driving sound, because I've heard it, but it's quite quiet. And actually in Bristol, when they drive past me, I always listen, and I can't often hear it. Conversely, the Renault Zoe, which is a funny little electric bubble car, is super loud, and it makes a weird Star Wars noise when it drives past. So look out for one of those on the road, and you'll see what I mean.
Really intentional as well. And probably a final question, if we can squeeze one more in, if that's all right.
Yeah.
You were saying about almost inadvertently recreating that synth pop thing, which I think I recognise as well, but I couldn't put a name to it. That
was Yazoo. My dad used to have that in the car when I was a kid. So yeah. It's like lodged in your
head, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to come out somewhere.
Yeah.
What happens if you kind of inadvertently reinvent someone else's sounds? Like, can you kind of check for some kind of copyright, or how do you dance around that?
Yeah, interesting question. So yes, it falls into copyright law, not patent law. And myself and the legal team at Dyson dug very deeply into it. And my understanding at the time was that you have to, for copyright and for sound specifically, you need to have used it, the sound, and prove that it has become a significant part of your identity for long enough in order to protect it. So I wasn't able to say, I hope none of our competitors, well, they don't work anymore, but I hope none of the competitors are watching. But I wasn't able to go, we are going to release a product with this sounds, please protect them. They'll say, release the product, and if people start to understand them, then you can protect them. So I think it took Harley-Davidson decades to protect the sound of their motorbike engines. I'm sure that the McDonald's has now probably gone into copyright, but it won't have done when that advert first went out in whatever it was, 20 years ago. So that's my understanding of how that works.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Tom. Thanks again for your talk. Are you okay to hang around? Any more questions on Slack if any come up?
Yeah, I'll be in Slack for about an hour. Yeah.
Brilliant. All right. Thank you, Tom. And so we're going to take a short break now. We'll be back at 1:45 with Abby teaching us how to do better diagrams. So see you shortly, everyone.
Cheers.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to our final talk. Would you believe the day is absolutely flown by, I think, but welcome to our final talk, and I wanted to welcome Abby Covert joining us all the way from sunny Florida, I believe. Would you believe it? Isn't it incredible? So thanks, Abby. Thanks so much for joining us. For those of you who don't know, Abby's an information architect, writer, and community organizer. Abby served as president of the IA Institute. She's co-chair of the IA Summit, the executive producer of IDEA, and also invented World IA Day. So we're absolutely, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you here. And thanks so much, Abby, for joining us. You'll probably know Abby from actually the book that Dave waved around earlier during the day, How to Make Sense of Any Mess. And I've noticed that your room, Abby, is very, very tidy. So it all makes perfect sense. I was kind of hoping it was going to be just as messy as mine behind this glorious green screen I have behind me. So Abby's currently working on a new book about diagramming, which I'm sure we're going to learn more about shortly. Abby's talk is called How to Diagram. And Abby, it sounds, is on a bit of a mission to rid the world of bad diagrams. So we're going to join her in her quest. And she's going to teach us more about the kind of purpose, the process, and the craft of diagramming. Because our diagrams probably suck, but they really don't have to. So let's watch Abby's talk, and we'll come back for some questions shortly.
I want to put all of my cards onto the table right up front. I am here to convince you that you don't know enough about diagramming yet. Now, maybe you're new to diagramming, in which case my job will be pretty easy. But more than likely, a few of you have been diagramming for a good long time, and yet you might leave this talk thinking you've been doing this whole time without really giving it much thought at all. Simply put, I am here to teach you about diagramming because too many diagrams suck, and I want to change that. So like a Johnny Appleseed of diagrammatic technique, I am on the journey to rid the world of bad diagrams, one maker at a time, because diagrams are all around us if we're paying attention. The map that you use at that local hiking trail, diagram. The visual that you drew to make a point on the whiteboard, diagram. The directions that you followed to put together the last thing you got from IKEA, diagram. Diagrams, diagrams, diagrams. So as we get into the subject of diagrams, specifically as I lay out everyday examples of them, one of the first likely questions that we have to cover is, what is a diagram? But I have found that when this question arises, what we're actually almost always talking about is, what is not a diagram? After giving it some thought and a good lexicographical look-see, I have landed on a definition of diagram that places them quite high on an everydayness scale. Diagrams are found at the intersection of two criteria. 1, to be a diagram, you must be both visually depicted, and 2, helpful to someone in understanding something. So then you might wonder, well, what about bad diagrams? What if the maker intends the diagram to help someone to understand something, but then it falls short? Is that still a diagram? This question sent me down a path as a writer and a thinker that I am now the most thankful for. And I found my answer to this question in a duality of ways that one can look at the word diagram. Diagram as a noun feels best defined and ontologically bounded by the framing that a diagram must help someone to understand something in order to qualify as anything more than any other visual depiction. I like this as a teacher because it reminds us of our ever-present user-centered goal when diagramming. But also, as a practitioner, this definition keeps me from seeking perfection because it tells me when I am diagrammatically done. But what if the word diagram as a verb? What about the diagramming of it all? Here is where I think things get really interesting. As we're making these visual depictions that we hope we can coax into diagrams, we are diagramming that whole time. We're making diagrammatic decisions. We're using diagrammatic approaches. We might not have a diagram yet, but at a certain point, we know we're walking that way. Next stop, Diagram Town. And the walk that we do towards a diagram differs for each of us, each time. Our skill sets, experiences, and exposure to different patterns in diagramming, mixed with our context and the nature of the current challenge, impact the way that we get the diagrammatic work done. But in my work looking deeply at diagrams for the purpose of teaching others to get better at it, there are some common things about diagramming that I believe we can all learn from, regardless of our context or the current diagrammatic challenge. I want to show you how the diagrammatic decisions that we make over time tip a visual depiction over into being a diagram. We're going to spend some time dissecting the elements of diagrams, and then we're going to extrude a common diagrammatic journey to look at how much goes into a diagram becoming a diagram. My hope is that with this journey in the rear view, you will be better able to reach your full diagrammatic potential. Let's start by breaking down the 5 elements that make up every diagram. Whether it's a map, a chart, a flow, or any number of words used to describe types of diagrams, all have the following 5 elements in common: scale, shapes, lines, labels, and a key. Now, this list of 5 elements are what I'm calling the visual elements of the diagram because they are what the user actually sees. But I assure you that there is much more to diagramming than what meets the eye, literally in this case. I identified 3 additional elements to all diagrams that I believe are equally important to understand and account for in our diagrammatic process. I'm calling these the invisual elements because they are not shown to the user as visual elements themselves. They are instead projected in the visuals that are depicted. These are what the makers decide about the scope that the diagram takes on and maybe what it ignores, the intention that's behind the diagram, and of course, the audience that it seeks to serve. When it comes down to it, diagramming is about making a series of decisions about how to visualize something. But it's actually the combination of both the visual and these 3 critical invisual elements that determine the ultimate success or failure of a diagram. Next, we're going to walk through a flow diagram about diagramming. Nerdy, I know. So this flow starts with our invisual process. These are the decisions that we're making that are behind the diagram. The first step is setting an intention. Our diagrammatic intention is our unique reason for diagramming in a specific moment. Because diagrams, like anything else, are never made without intention. Intention is just not something we get to choose our way out of. Now, this is an important point that I think a lot of folks miss. For example, we think that we got away with never deciding our intention when we actually just fulfilled an intention of not knowing what we were making or why. Now, should we ever actually make a diagram with that kind of lukewarm and unsure intention, you won't be surprised when the reaction from your audience is equally as lukewarm and unsure. This means that before we get into the act of diagramming, we need to spend some time thinking about what it is we're seeking to accomplish with the diagram we're making. When setting our intention, we have to be clear and honest with ourselves about what we are actually attempting to do with this diagram. I like to ask myself 2 different questions to pressure test the strength of my diagrammatic intention. The first question is this intention something that a diagram could actually do? This question assures that I'm not using diagramming as magic or some sort of a scapegoat, and making sure that I can actually achieve the thing I'm setting out to achieve. The second question is your intention achievable with something other than a diagram? This question makes sure that I'm not being too prescriptive about the form that the diagram will take. When we set our intention, if we're humble enough to be paying attention, we will likely immediately realize something is standing in the way of our ability to diagram. Here are some common places to find yourself as you work to determine your diagrammatic intention. I need to do a lot more research. I need to talk to a lot more people. I need to do other hard and time-consuming thing that stands in the way of diagramming. Or even worse, all of the above. Now, before we start hand-wringing and blaming ourselves for not being informed enough yet to start diagramming, what if I told you that finding yourself a place on this list of thoughts is actually to be expected at this point in the process? The intention-setting step of diagramming is never a waste, even when we are not ready to proceed further into the process yet. This step is to make sure that we don't waste time thinking that we can diagram our way out of something that we need other times and tools to work through. Okay, so assuming that you made it out of that last valley with a strong enough intention set, the next step is to know who you are serving. Determining your audience for a diagram will determine a lot about it. Imagine a diagram made for a group of graduate students versus one made for a kindergarten classroom. In each phase on the road to a diagram, we are trying to answer a different core question with our research. First, we're trying to figure out how our audience understands things. Then we're modeling what might be useful. And lastly, we're making sure that our proposed diagram is performing as intended. Now, in the first phase, and even most of the second phase, we don't even have something that resembles a diagram yet to show to our audience. Yet, we are unquestionably still informing our diagram down the road by doing work researching our audience in advance of needing them to tell us if a diagram performs well or not. Now, sometimes these phases are on purpose, where we set out to understand something for the purpose of diagramming it. But more often than not, the first phase and even that second phase are actually more noticeable in hindsight. Simply put, diagrams sneak up on us. Sometimes we don't even know we are making a diagram until we're deep in the process of making it. But just because we wake up and suddenly find ourselves with diagram doesn't mean that those early parts of the process didn't happen. Sometimes our audience and our intention are set long before we know we're having a diagram at all. Our next and last stop on this in-visual on-ramp to diagramming is to scope our diagram. Now, last month, I interviewed people who self-reported to have wrestled with a diagram and lived to tell the story. There was a word that kept coming up again and again: boundaries. People told me how they needed to have these strict limits with themselves so that they knew what they were, and in most cases, more importantly, what they were not diagramming. The scope that we attempt with our diagram is a huge determining factor of if we are successful at ever even making a diagram at all. Many a sense maker gets stuck at this point on this on-ramp with the vague idea for a diagram, but not a clear enough sense of scope to get it out of their head and onto a piece of paper. When we scope our diagrams, we can easily fall victim to the same fate as any other information architecture, ending up with too much, not enough, or not the right information. Scoping is such a Goldilocks dilemma. Sometimes we add too much content, sometimes there's just too little. Other times we're just naive to what things will mean or connote to those that we intend to serve with our content. My point is, don't get discouraged if you get to this point and start to feel a little overwhelmed or underwhelmed or just plain dead wrong with what your planned scope was. This is an expected and oft experienced emotional downturn for many a sense maker who has traveled this way before you. The only way to know the right scope of our diagram is to ask our users. And the dance between understanding our audience and determining our scope can be pinged and ponged quite a bit before we finally get it right. But once we know what we're diagramming, who we're diagramming for, and why we are diagramming in the first place, now we have a string of visual decisions to make, and these ultimately determine what the audience sees as the diagram. The first visual decision is about diagrammatic scale. Even if your scope is clear in your mind, you will still need to determine the right scale in order to make final decisions about and accommodations for the content of your diagram. Diagrammatic scale is not the same as size. It's actually better thought of as a combination of size and interaction mode. It's not quite right to think about it as the more space you have, the more you can include, but it is also equally not quite right to think the bigger something is, the more brief and bold we should be. There are times when the interaction mode of the space we are given or the plan for our diagram changes what the size means for what we can include. If, for example, we were designing a museum wall, we might have the space that's equal to that of a billboard. But our audience's relationship to that space has changed based on their expected interaction mode. Same size, different scales. Museum walls are meant to be approached and therefore warrant a large active scale where we might consider more content. Billboards are meant to be driven past and therefore warrant a large passive scale, and less content will likely support our intention in that. Now that we have an understanding of our scale, it's finally time to set shapes and add lines to our diagram. I know, all of this work and 2 emotional downturns later, and we haven't even started what most people think about as diagramming yet. Shapes are the elements representing the objects in our diagrams, and lines are the elements representing the connection between those objects. Setting shapes and adding lines is this 2-step that we're doing over and over again until things feel right. I personally find, though, that setting the shapes first and getting a good arrangement of them with minimal or no lines at first really cuts down on the finessing of diagrams for fit and harmony later on as we add the lines. To help get you started with setting the shapes, I want to show you 4 common diagrammatic patterns that you can apply to a broad range of relationship types that you might want to visualize. I'm going to be using our good snack friend chips to illustrate these examples. Chips are part of the snack aisle. When we place something small within something bigger, we are often visualizing that it is a part of that larger whole. Chips lead to dip. When we place shapes next to each other and use arrows, we're visually implying a sequence where one thing leads to another thing. Chips relate to crackers. When we connect things without any directional cues, we are implying some kind of a relationship. But it's worth noting that without any further signal than just a line connecting these two, we aren't offering much about the nature of the relationship. This is relying on the user to put in a lot of work to figure out what the meaning of that line is. And they will try. We humans just can't help it. Next, we have potato chips are a type of chip. When we indent or place shapes under another shape, we're often visualizing that something is a type of a larger category or a grouping. Now, I personally find that you can get a lot diagrammatically done with just those 4 visual patterns. But the next piece of the puzzle is adding lines to further refine and reinforce how those relationships are understood by our audience. Here are 5 line-based patterns that apply to a wide variety of different kinds of relationships and build on the 4 shape-based patterns that we just talked through. The first is using non-directional lines to visualize associations. As I mentioned with the chips and cracker example, this type of line needs labeling more than the others. Consider whether you would have understood how dress and table were connected if I had not labeled them in this diagram. Next, we have one-way lines that are meant to show sequences. This means that there are set rules about the ways that a user can or should navigate something. Our third pattern is for when we use two-way lines to visualize reciprocal relationships, such as, I don't know, maybe the reciprocal relationship that you need to have with your audience should you want to make diagrams that make sense to them. This fourth pattern we generally reserve for when there's a parent-child hierarchical relationship to visualize. One important lesson for people is that there's actually 2 types of brackets, with the horizontal style being more friendly for shallow hierarchies and vertical brackets being much more forgiving of deeper ones. In many hierarchical diagrams, you'll see a combination of both for accommodating times when a structure is both wide and deep. And our final line pattern is quadrants. This is when we use the lines to delineate areas that have meaning for comparing things. You can see this in patterns like canvases and scatter plots. As we diagram, we often bring more than one of these patterns to the visual depiction that we're making. In this diagram, for example, outlining a simple website structure, I have used 4 different line patterns to illustrate 4 different relationships that pages have to one another. Setting the shapes and adding the lines is a huge part of the diagrammatic lift. There is no doubt in that. And the majority of what people think of as diagramming is actually happening at this point. But there's an important lesson that I have learned about diagramming. If you have done the due diligence of setting an intention, researching your scope with an actual audience, and determining the right scale, the shapes and lines part is easy. But if you try to jump into the shapes and lines part and you haven't done the harder work up front, get ready for frustration all the way down to visual depiction town. And we don't want that, right? So, can we just start with the actual diagramming part? Sure, but there will be consequences. And you might not like what they are, so give it a thought. As you've been making your diagram, there is one element that has followed you along the entire journey, from the very beginning, the labels. The words and phrases that we use to describe the elements of our diagram are critical to getting our point across. But they are also impossible to operate without for even a second when diagramming. This creates a quandary of process. We need labels to do our diagrammatic work. And yet, we are forced to pick out our labels so early in the process that we just don't know much when we do this important deciding. In my opinion, the nature of labels and what we need from them actually changes quite a lot as we move through each stage of the diagrammatic process. In the understanding phase of diagrams, the labels are really just falling out of our heads and we're picking them up with our hands and we're making shapes to represent them. When we're this early in the process, I like to encourage people to choose labels to get by with. And there's this relief in calling something a label by something that you know that you can and will change later on. Plus, this sets you up for the best possible chance to actually go back and refine to better labels when you understand more. In the middle, when we're modeling the diagram, we should start to put a little bit more pressure on our labels to make sense to other people. You will likely, if you have been researching with your audience, have lots of opportunities to learn about the words and phrases that do and do not make sense to them. I like to think about these as labels to get through with because they're words that you're confident will make sense, but they can still be messy or clunky or even inconsistent at this point, as long as they're pointing in the direction of getting through to your intended audience. It is not until the final delivery stage of diagramming when you fully lean on those labels to get results with. And at this point in the process, they really only need to do 2 things: speak for themselves and match your intention. Now, if neither of these things is the case yet, you still have work ahead. And the only way to achieve both of these is to have a member of your audience present your diagram back to you and see how they did on getting your message across. Did they have to ask for clarification on what something meant? Did a word or phrase throw them off or give them pause? Did any of the labels used feel confusing? The only way to know is to ask. And labels are often one of the last adjustments that we make. Labels are also the place where other people tend to have the most feedback. So get ready, get some partners, and dig into getting some labels that you can get results with. And finally, the last step and true finesse of any diagram, the addition of the key. Now here's where people trip up. Do you always need a key? The answer is yes, but with a major caveat. You don't always need a little box labeled key in the corner that describes all of the visual elements in agonizing detail. You do, however, need to be assured that every visual element is clear in its intention and its meaning. When we're in this final step of adding a key, we're adding whatever clarity we need to for users to understand the diagram part of the diagram. The addition of a box called key to explain what we mean is an essential pattern in making diagrams, for sure. But I want to introduce something perhaps a little controversial that I see all the time when there is a box called key. People relying on the use of a key to explain the wrong things. Here are 3 very wrong things that I see the key trying to do when the diagram itself is actually the one underperforming. Explaining overly complexified color coding or iconography, defining poorly labeled objects or relationships, and introducing extraneous information. If you've ever found yourself giving a tour of your diagram instead of just letting somebody consume it, even though you do have a key, or you keep saying things like, the colors is supposed to mean this, or that icon is supposed to tell you that, you might have a problem that no key can solve. When we add an element called a key, we're trying to do the audience a service by providing them with information that is key to understanding our diagram. But for everything our audience has to refer to the key to understand, we can expect a potential loss of understanding. So we have to be careful how we use the key and what level of translation we require for our audience to consume our diagram. And so we've arrived at the determining moment of any road trip. Are we there yet? Is that simple doodle that I just made on the whiteboard a diagram? Well, let's ask ourselves 2 simple questions. Is it visually depicted? And did it help someone to understand something, even if that person was you? If yes to both, welcome to Diagram Town. As our journey together comes to a close, let's take a moment to look back in awe of what makes diagrams so dang powerful. They might be clear visual depictions that help someone to understand something now, but diagrams sure do take on a lot of complexity in order to come into the world claiming that title. Diagrams come in many shapes and sizes, and there are any number of templates and methods out there coming from any number of fields of study and practice. And people use diagrams to make sense for other people just as often as they use them to make sense of things for themselves. There is an everydayness to diagrams that not many of us totally escape. In order to help someone to understand something and thereby qualify your visual depiction for the label diagram, you have to have done a lot of hard work. I hope this tour of diagrammatic process helps you to think about how to approach your next diagram differently, and that with this new knowledge of a common diagrammatic journey that we all end up on at some point, you might feel better prepared for the peaks and valleys that are along the way. As we say goodbye, I want to remind you why we started off on this journey together today. We had a hunch that there might be more to diagrams than what meets the eye, and it turns out we were right. Thanks.
Well, amazing. Thank you so much, Abby. I love that. Diagrams, and trips to Diagram Town. There's just some beautiful references in there.
Thank you.
I'm just sort of scanning for questions from the group. I had a couple of things to ask you, if that's all right. And I was really interested. It made me think a lot about wrangling with sitemaps in the past. And given the chance that we've got you on the call, IA royalty, I thought I'd take the opportunity to ask you a bit more about sitemaps, because I can remember lots of instances where I'd be sense making and wrangling with lots of things and making lots of decisions and showing them or representing them within sitemaps and showing these sitemaps to people, which were absolutely full of very, very fundamentally important things that I had no sense that they were actually understanding the importance of the decisions I'd made. And there were things that were hidden within these documents that I was quite proud of, that didn't mean anything to anyone else. How do you do good sitemaps? And do people still do them? Are they still a thing?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked this question. I feel like we all have to have a reckoning as an industry about how we've been using diagrams to sort of elicit diagrammatic insecurity on our coworkers all these years. Because you're totally right, James. Like that sitemap that you were so proud of was actually really useful, but the audience of it is you, not them. And you showing it to them is sort of like waving it around and saying like, look at all the work I did, which can be a use in itself. Like if you're presenting to, you know, your team, what you've been up to, showing like a big complex diagram they're not going to understand, and telling them about it can actually be really great in terms of getting people along with your process. But putting that same diagram up and saying something like, so I'm open to feedback for the next half an hour that we have booked, that's a pretty unfair move. So I think like to your question of like, you know, does anybody do the sitemap thing anymore? Like what should we be doing? I think that it really comes down to like understanding that a sitemap is good for some things. And one of the things that I think it's the best at is being an active canvas for people to have conversations about the way that users are going to navigate a site. I see a lot of people proposing sitemaps just because they think that they need to have them. You know, it's like a thing that they feel like is a box to check on the process. Yeah. I also see people forcing the pattern of hierarchy and bracketing onto non-hierarchical content just to fit it into that traditional sitemap frame. You'll notice in the simple sitemap example that I provided in the talk, I didn't do that on purpose because I wanted to remind people that like when you get into something like a checkout flow, you're not actually in a hierarchy in that same sense anymore. And representing things as a flow where a user can't go certain directions or can't do certain things is much more representative. So I feel like there's a couple of tidbits wrapped up in your question. One would be know when you're drawing a hierarchy and when you're not, and be comfortable breaking the bounds of what a sitemap is. And then the second would be like, make sure that you need one for your actual intention, and that you're making one that is for the audience that you're actually showing it to.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess generally they're a useful tool to think, and they force you to understand the things you haven't properly thought about. But then I guess in the context of sitemaps, then I guess often in the past they've been seen as like a deliverable. So it's like very much a checkbox and very much a scope thing as well. But another question about in terms of interpretation, I mean, do you feel a good diagram should stand alone and be self-explanatory, or is it something that always needs to be accompanied by a conversation and a presentation?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So one of the things I've been thinking a lot about, obviously, is intention. And along with your intention, you have to be thinking about, you know, the context that you're in and the problem space that you're in. Like today's presentation is a great example. I don't think that the flow diagram that I provided on diagramming would be all that useful to hand to somebody who's brand new at diagram and be like, hey, go figure it out. That probably would not be very useful. But I think that it made for a good visual aid as I'm walking through some pretty dense content about something that I'm trying to kind of demystify and give a structure to. So my intention is for that diagram to keep your attention while I'm talking. And it's a good, I think, successful use of what's called dual coding, when you use more than one system for, you know, in this case, your visual and your audio at the same time. So it helps the audience kind of keep track of where you are, where you've been. So in terms of like, do I think that diagrams have to be self-explanatory? No, not necessarily. I don't think that. I think that in a lot of cases, they cannot be self-explanatory. I think that they much more importantly need to be fit to purpose. They need to actually work for what they were intended to work for. And if they were intended to keep your attention while I talk, I hope that didn't distract you while I talk, right? Which it could have done, you know, and that's something that you get feedback from an audience on.
It's interesting now with everyone remote working and relying on tools like Mural and Miro and kind of very much being asked to, I guess, make sense of things or visualize ideas. And that's massive amount, you know, that's a massive component to our work in terms of putting shape to things and showing people the beginnings of something, just to share what's in our heads that we maybe can't articulate. Then diagramming is massively important, isn't it, to start to articulate or to visualize something that would be almost impossible to describe, or how could I ever hope to convey what's in my head and give you a clear understanding of that. But I mean, do you think these kind of new tools we've been using have helped with that? And are there any tools that you recommend or anything that you found useful?
So I'm going to take the first part of your question separately. I think that there's something really interesting about people feeling like diagrams are really good for showing other people what's in our head. I want to challenge that diagrams are really good for us to see what's in our head. And often the thing that's in our head and what we end up diagramming is different, right? So a really good example of this is I talk to people a lot that are really overwhelmed. You know, people flood into my inbox with messes to talk about. And what often happens is that they don't have a picture of the mess that they're facing. And I talk a lot with those kinds of folks about just the danger of not having an external representation of the thing that you're facing and how dangerous that is mentally, you know, because you think that you have your arms wrapped around it. But if you're honest with yourself, you don't. You have this kind of like messy sprawl of questions and assertions and like assumptions about the scope. But when you start to put it down into a visual form, you sort of have to confront yourself. And I find that like in a lot of cases, people skip that part. They go right to the part where they have to explain it to other people. And it's like, no, make the messy diagram. Make the messy diagram that's for you, that helps you to understand. And then use that messy diagram to better articulate what it is you want to articulate to any number of audiences, right? So like making that diagram of that flow helped me as a teacher to understand how I was going to frame a book. It helped me to understand how I was going to talk about this in a 20-minute talk. Like it provided things, but the original version of it was much messier and it was just for me, you know? So I think there's something there. In terms of tools though, I'm very hesitant to recommend any tool at all, because I feel like my number one piece of advice is don't let your comfort level or lack of comfort level with tools get in your way. And I really do mean that in both directions. Like if you're a person who is really talented at visual design software, be extra aware that you are potentially putting more visual distraction in the way of your thing, simply because you have a tool that allows you those advanced maneuvers. Sometimes you don't need those to get the point across, and it can be distracting. And in the opposite way, if you are not a person who's ever opened a piece of design software, I don't think that that means that you can't get value out of diagrams. Like open whatever you're good at. PowerPoint, draw, construction paper you steal from your kids. Like that's one of my favorites. So yeah, whatever the tool is that you feel the most comfortable in rendering shapes and lines, that's all you need. So don't get too precious about like what's the right tool or what's the right template. Just get in and start making the boxes and the arrows. Thanks, Eb. I think we've got time for maybe one more question. This is from Kat. The image of your new book was at the end there of your talk. Is it going to be stuck? Can you explain why? Yes, it is. So the image of my new book. Oh, look at that. It came up. Is this world exclusive? It has this really, really ugly thing wrapped around it because Amazon puts this like nasty not for resale band right across it. But yeah, this is the new book. It's a big book. Wow. It is bigger than my first book, which is very intimidating, y'all, because I have to still design this book. And right now it is an absolute mess. So I am very lucky to have the help of a very talented editor, and yeah, we're getting in the process. So a lot more information soon on when it's available. In terms of the name, I was really stuck on trying to figure out how I was going to get across the why of diagrams. And a big part of it was like getting across that message that like, it's not just for data nerds and process engineers. Like this is a fundamentally useful life skill. And I'm trying to like identify what is that feeling that we all have when we need a diagram. And I landed on the word stuck, and I just love it. I think it's, my toddler can say the word stuck, which is like real good news. He also thinks that it says truck on the cover of my book because he's obsessed with trucks. So yeah, it's a new name, it's a new direction, and yeah, I'm excited about it. Awesome, thanks, Abby. We'll draw questions to a close there, and maybe if you're able to, maybe able to pick up some additional questions on Slack if that's okay.
Yeah,
but
yeah, absolutely.
We'll say thanks, Abby. Thanks again for such a great talk, and we'll throw to the slides. Thank you.
Okay, we're coming on then. Kirsty, can you switch my camera on? And we want Stu's slides, do we?
Yep. Everyone's appearing. There we go.
Okay. I'm not able to start my video, Kirsty. Oh, it's only the 3. Okay, I get it.
Right, should we do the raffle?
Yeah, let's do it, James.
Super. Well, so in terms of the raffle, then we've had some crackers over the years with all manner of swag, and it's been it's wonderful this year to get some more free stuff that we can give away. So we've got some different prizes that I mentioned earlier, and these prizes are only eligible for the people who've managed to join the meetup group. So we let's go through these. So the first one, let's do the Smaply one first. So Smaply provide software for UXers and beyond, and that gives you a sense of the sorts of tools they offer there. They're offering very kindly actually for a prize a 6-month full access pass to all of their products, including Jelly Maps, Personas, Stakeholder Maps, Smaply Capture, which is wonderfully generous. So thanks again, Smaply for that. Can I just check, Stu, you're here as well with your magic list and your magic generator?
Yep, we have a method of choosing winners, which is entirely befitting of a free conference. We have a spreadsheet. Everyone's got a number on the spreadsheet of, I think it's 240 people signed up for the meetup, and have a free app which generates random numbers, which I've set it to generate numbers between 1 and 240. So if I start doing that, so for the Smaply winner, I don't know if you can see that, it's person 199 on the list, who is, too much scrolling, Ruka. So we've got your meetup profile. We can DM you through that, Ruka. So I'm not sure if you're watching now, but you'll be getting a message from us, and you've won the 6 months of Smaply, which is great.
Okay, thanks, Stu. So congratulations. So next prizes. Abby's kindly donated 5 copies of her ebook, of her first book, How to Make Sense of Any Mess. So we've got five draws to do now, Stu. You can spin the wheel.
We need some sound design for this, really, don't we? We need
Tom, where is he?
Yeah, Tom, give us something. Okay, so the first person is number 10. Don't like he's scrolling backwards and forwards. Is Amy Lovitch. I'm not sure that there's kind of a square root and a copyright sign in your name, so I'm not quite sure how you pronounce that. Going to sort of Prince territory there. So, but that's Amy.
We'll send that through to me.
The next one is 45, which is Chloe Mynek.
Well done, Chloe.
Then it's 201, who is the tension is Ryan. I don't have your surname, Ryan, but we will contact you. We've got your details.
I'm wondering if this is the first remote raffle. Maybe we're
number 17.
Number 17.
Need to more like a bingo caller, don't I? Really.
Need the jackets.
Andy Sanford.
Well,
is that 4? Is it one more?
4, so we've got one more.
Okay, and that is 221.
221.
All the 2s and the 1s.
Stuart Hull.
Well done, Stuart.
It's quite lucky because I'm next to her, so almost invariably one of us wins it, and by chance when we normally do it in previous years. But this year we've managed to avoid that, so we look as objective as we genuinely are. So there we go.
We're a genuine bunch, and the well, we have a final prize, of course, the book that Kat mentioned within her fantastic talk. So we have a copy of this imposter syndrome book to give away as our final prize. So who is the lucky winner, Stu?
It's 213, which is Simon Wilson.
Brilliant. Well done, Simon. So we'll be in contact with everyone, and we'll let you know how to redeem your prizes. So there you go. Super.
Should go to the next slide. So James, going to talk about sponsors?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, it's just my Wi-Fi's brilliantly gone up the creek, so I can see some of the slide. But no, just want to say a final thank you to all of our generous sponsors, and hopefully, for those of you actually on the Slack channel, do check out the About Our Sponsors channel within Slack, because it will give you more information about both the job vacancies they've got available, also a bit more about their companies, as well as the Smaply 2-month access to their product set that everyone's eligible to claiming, actually. So do check that out. But thanks again to our sponsors. They've made it possible for us to host a free event this year. So a massive thank you, and thank you for your continued support. Thanks, Stu. Okay,
and last of all, and I realised I haven't shared this very well, it's kind of slightly askew, but yeah, just to say thank you, really. Thank you to you for attending. We've had loads of people here watching, loads of really good engagement, loads of comments, and we hope it's all been worthwhile for you. Especially thanks to our speakers who've invested their time and effort and given brilliant talks today. Thanks to Dan and Najara who've been having to field the questions, and Nick who's been doing the mentoring on Slack. And here's Najara. Oh, and Dan, give us a wave. So thanks so much for doing a terrific job. And Kirsty and Rich at Event Amplifier, who've been here with us at UXBristol since the very start, and from sort of live, from kind of doing the live blogging on the day and recording to now just doing it completely remotely, and we couldn't do it at all without them. We're absolutely they did a terrific job, and if you have a conference and need help with that, then I'd thoroughly recommend them. Anything else, Dave and James?
I think we were going to just mention that we're going to keep the Slack channel open for a while, just so we can, maybe the after party can happen on Slack. I mean, there ain't no party like a Slack after party, I suppose, but we can do a bit of slacking in there, so to keep the conversations flowing. Other than that, nothing more from me.
And so hopefully in 2022, we'll be live again in Bristol, and hope to see some of you face to face, which will be, fingers crossed. We don't know. We thought last year that we would be doing it like face to face this year, but we haven't. So I think, we will definitely keep everything crossed for next year.
Okay, great. Thanks everyone for coming. Bye.
Yeah, thanks very much, everyone.
Thanks very much.